Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see, Crusader Kings 3 is a deep strategy game of dynasties and intrigue. If you are new to the world of Crusader Kings, we strongly recommend you play the tutorial, which I definitely will do. I heard this takes like 2 hours. In the tutorial, you will play as Petty King Murchad, ruler in Ireland. Okay, lead your family and dynasty to defeat your enemies, become King of Ireland. Oh, my petty. Can I like replay this tutorial in the future, I wonder? Rags to riches. 15th September 1066 AD. How long ago was that? 24. Isn't that like almost 1,000-ish years ago? Legends created history throughout Europe. Families fight and scheme for power. A lot of land lies disputed as battles are won and lost. Dynasties come and go as their rulers are outmaneuvered. Kings of old are being replaced when newcomers reach for the stars. Which will you be? The king that gets defeated? I guess. Okay, we're Chad. Tip. Dividing their gold and titles among their heirs according to the succession laws. Players will keep playing as their player heir even if some titles are lost to other characters. If there's no player heir, the game will end. Some rare circumstances can force succession to occur before the ruler dies, such as losing on excommunication war. What the heck? Legally speaking, however, rulers may not choose to abdicate on their own. What is an excommunication war?
Pepelish Boy 18 says, hey, I am live, would you watch my live dead?
I'm on my laptop, so yeah. My computer's kind of running slow right now. I was kind of worried I wouldn't even be able to stream with this game. And also the loading screens take like 10 hours.
Pepelish Boy 18 says, I am live.
Yeah, if I had a better computer, maybe. Dang, these loading screens are crazy. Okay, well, while I wait for it to load, I'm gonna... Never mind. Your medieval ruler. Your reign may be brief, but through your heirs, you can bring your dynasty to prominence. If I can get in there. Land is yours for the taking by way of the sword of your marriage, where clever diplomacy can extend your reach far beyond the wildest dreams of any conqueror. Ah, okay, so there's a full tutorial and a quick one. And 2 hours long, it really is. This is no joke. Holy hell. Oh god. Use the WAS and D keys to move the camera across the map. You can also move the cursor to the edge of the screen to pan. Pressing the home key takes you to your realm capital. Wait, where's my home key? Oh. Okay, camera. This is pretty basic so far. To zoom in and out on the map, use the scroll wheel. Okay. Different information is displayed at the different zoom levels. Details map, political map, and paper map. I think I disabled that or something so I could make it the game run better on my old computer. Well, my laptop. So I don't know if this is gonna affect the tutorial. Okay, details, political, paper. Okay. Zoomed in, you have the ability to select and manage your holdings. Zooming out gives you an overview of all realms. Oh, I didn't know I could hover my mouse over these. That's nice. Holding is a central settlement of a barony or county capital. Okay, it is kind of nice I can keep doing this with the tooltips. The county capital is the main holding of the county. This holding can never be destroyed or leased out. It's always owned by the ruler who holds the county title. Okay, I have to think about this. Okay. It's always owned by the ruler who holds the county title. County capitals allow the construction of an additional building compared to a lesser holding. Okay. I think a barony goes above a county. Like, oh wait, no, but baronies are inside counties, aren't they? A lowest rank title and have the smallest footprint on the map, organized into larger counties. Barony titles must always have a holder if they contain a holding. It provides taxes and levies to its holder, depending on its holding type. Isn't levy like taxes on trade? Oh wait, oh yeah, no, these are your soldiers. Forget that, depending on its holding type. A collection of holdings personally owned by a ruler is called a domain. Nice. All realms. All the land that a ruler controls either directly... Oh my god. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to get to my... You know what? I wanted to save it. Never mind. Where's my settings? I don't want pan. No, wait, actually, no, it's... Okay, sorry. Just checking the chat. No, never mind. It's fine. Because I can just pause whenever I need to click out of the window. Directly or through vassals, in contrast to a domain, which is only the holdings personally owned by a ruler. Oh. Okay, well, I'm gonna try pushing the home button. Sure. Okay, it's not taking me back. How do I use it? A function key, maybe? I don't know. The home key takes you. I am pushing the home key. It's not working. Wait, how do I use the home key? Oh wait, maybe it's the one in that. Maybe it's it's the top right key and keyboard, not the one which is home below the 7. Crusader Kings 3 spans hundreds of years and many generations. Right now, time is standing still because the game is paused. Perfect. For this part of the tutorial, we'll keep the game paused while we walk you through some gaming concepts. That's the ideal. I'm gonna go through basics. This is 3 out of 3. And then once I finish this, I'm gonna just keep jumping back and forth between Crusader Kings and then reading some review material on coding, so I'll start reading some of that. The note you will see blue highlighted text. This means you can hover your cursor over the word to display an informative tooltip. Super convenient. Some of these tooltips may also have highlighted words, which can also be tooltip for further information. Duchy can lead to county, which can lead to barony. So baronies are inside counties. I guess counties are inside duchies? Below a kingdom, above a county, yep. The holder, let's just read about this. The holder of a duchy has de jure rights to its constituent counties and can have counts as vassals. Okay. Most titles of are considered part of a higher tier. Title de jure by law. Let's see, most titles of what? For example, a ruler may be king of... What is that grammar in the first sentence? For example, a ruler may be king of England, but the realm does not yet contain all of the lands that are legally considered to be part of England. Then how are you? Then you're not really king of England, then, right? Technically, the holder of a duchy, kingdom, or empire always has a casts a spell to seize control of its de jure constituent titles. Who? Kingdoms above duchy. This one is above. Okay, I'm not gonna read all these details. So any title below the highest title, you're able to, even if you don't control it, you're able to say it belongs to you. Let's say. Okay. Vassals will also decide who their rightful liege is based on what title the primary title is de jure part of. So, ruler's primary title is their highest rank title. That they identify most closely with, determining their coat of arms and the name of the realm. You control multiple titles of the same tier, or you can choose which one should be your primary title. Some of these tooltips may also have highlighted. By default, it takes a couple of seconds for a tooltip to lock in for mouse overs. This can be adjusted in the game settings. To continue, place your cursor over this highlighted text. Hover over the highlighted phrase inside the highlighted text tooltip. Highlighted text. This information is here for you whenever you're unsure about a game concept. You can even move your cursor into this tooltip for even more information you need. Good job. Oh, that's cute. Nice. Okay. So since we finished all of Basics 1, pause. I'm gonna read like a paragraph or two from the thing I'm reviewing. Let's drag the window. Where is it? There we go. These freaking windows open. Okay, getting an IDE. Summary: programming is complex. You want IDE to make programming life easier. Yes, Visual Studio is the most used. Oh, no, I read that before. Modern day programming is complex and challenging, but a programmer does not have to go alone. Programmers work with an extensive collection of tools to help them get their job done. An integrated development environment, IDE, is a program that combines these tools into a single application designed to streamline the programming process. IDE does for programming what Microsoft Word does for word processing, or Adobe Photoshop for image editing. Most programmers will use an IDE as they work. Yes, there are several C# IDEs to choose from, or you can go without one. Use the raw tools directly. I don't recommend that for new programmers. We'll look at the most popular C# IDEs and discuss their strengths and weaknesses in this section. We'll use an IDE to program in C#. Fortunately, every IDE is different, and we cannot cover them all. While this book focuses on the C# language and not a specific IDE when necessary, it will illustrate certain tasks using Visual Studio Community Edition. Feel free to use a different IDE. C# language itself is the same regardless of which IDE you pick, but you may find slight differences when performing a task in the IDE. Usually the process is intuitive, and if tinkering fails, Google usually knows. Let's see. I guess I'll read this section. Comparison of IDEs. There are several notable IDEs you can choose from. Visual Studio. Microsoft Visual Studio is a stalwart, tried and true IDE used by most C# developers. Visual Studio is older than even C#, though it has grown up a lot since those days. It's older than C#. I didn't know that. I guess it makes sense since you can use a lot of languages in it. Of the IDEs we discuss here, this is the most feature-rich and capable, though it has one significant drawback. It works on Windows, but not Mac or Linux. Also, it hogs all your machine resources too. There's that. Visual Studio comes in 3 different editions or levels: Community, Professional, and Enterprise. Community and Professional editions have the same feature set. They do? While Enterprise has an expanded set with some nice bells and whistles at extra cost. The difference between the Community Edition and the Professional Edition is only in the cost and the license. Visual Studio Community Edition is free, but is meant for students, hobbyists, open source projects, and individuals, even for commercial use. Large companies do not fit into this category and must buy Professional. If you have more than 250 computers, oh my god, so many, make more than 1 million annually, or have more than 5 Visual Studio users, you need to pay for Professional. But that's almost certainly not you right now. Yeah, it's true. There's a big contrast between having 250 computers and then having more than 5 Visual Studio users. Like, what? Those numbers aren't even close to each other. Visual Studio Community Edition is a recommendation for new C# programmers running on Windows, and that's what this tutorial uses throughout. Visual Studio Code. Microsoft Visual Studio Code is a lightweight editor. It is extremely hard to use. Not a fully featured IDE that works on Windows, Mac, and Linux. I think they disabled recently, like Mac support for, because they're really not going to keep updating it for Mac. Visual Studio Code is free and has a vibrant community. It does not have the same expansive feature set as Visual Studio, and in some places, limited feature set is harsh. You sometimes have to run commands on the command line. Yeah, true. If you're used to command line interfaces, this cost is low, but if you're new to programming, it may feel alien or impossible. Visual Studio Code is probably your best bet if Visual Studio isn't an option for you. Linux and Mac, for example, especially if you have experience using the command line. Visual Studio Code can also run online, vscode.dev, but as of right now, you can't run your code, except by purchasing a code space via github.com. Perhaps this limitation will be fixed someday soon. If you can't run your code, what's... Oh. It's kind of weird. They make it sound like it's a bug, but it seems like it's intentional. I mean, I know what I'm reading is kind of outdated, but what's the point of having it run online if you can't actually run any code, though, without code space? Yeah. Anyway, Visual Studio for Mac. Visual Studio for Mac is a separate IDE for C# programming that works on Mac. Oh. While it shares its name with Visual Studio, it's a different product with many notable differences. Interesting. Like Visual Studio for Windows, this has Community, Professional, and Enterprise editions. If you are on a Mac, this IDE is worth considering. Oh. JetBrains Rider. Oh. everyone tells you to use. The only non-Microsoft IDE on this list is the Rider IDE from JetBrains. Rider is comparatively new, but JetBrains is very experienced at making IDEs for other languages. What else do they? Other IDEs do they make? Wonder. Rider does not have a free tier. The cheapest option is about $140 per year, but it is both feature-rich and cross-platform. If you have the money to spend, this is a good choice on any operating system. Or it's free if you have a GU email. Let's see. Okay, I will pause here and go back to the tutorial. What's next? Woods of Land. No! No. I didn't mean to close that. Shoot. Damn it. What was it trying to show me? Oh, it's too late now. Now let's talk about the game. Everything takes place on the map before you. The land consists of large and small territories. Planet titles held by various rulers. Titles represented by elaborate coats of arms shown as icons on the map. Okay, can we see any of those? Oh, police force. But yeah, just coats of arms. The icons representing your realm is that of your primary title. The most important and prestigious title you hold. Okay, let's go. So this must be ours. This white one with red stripes. If you hover over your character portrait, the coat of arms over your realm capital, Luminich, will glow, and the entirety of your realm will be highlighted. Munster is your primary title, which is why your realm is named after it. You also hold the earldom of Thamond as a separate title. If you zoom out, it will read Munster on this part of the map, because you are the top ruler of the area. Wait, does realm... Oh, yeah, it includes my vassals, too. It's only domain that doesn't, that's right. Munster. That's me. The Kingdom of Munster. Golder me. Wait, Coder... I thought my coat of arms was supposed to glow. I don't see it glowing. Is it glowing? I mean, I have it on low graphic settings, so maybe... Oh, yeah, it's so subtle. Just because... Probably my low graphic setting. But you know, the game doesn't look bad. I think it looks pretty good. Even with the low graphics, it looks fine. Wait, what is... Let's see. What does the terrain look like with low graphics? Rivers... Mountains... I can still... see. I like the sound effects. You know, I could have just used the home button to go back. Ruling over others. As a ruler, you can hold so much land on your own. You will often have other rulers helping with the administration of the realm by holding land titles within your borders, making them your vassals. To find your own land, your domain, press the home key and zoom in. Once closer up, you can see blue labels on the baronies that belong to you. Ah. In this case, it'll be Luminich and Linus. The earldom of Ormond is held by your vassal. Wait, I thought I held that title. I thought that's what it said in that. Wait, I can go back, technically. You are also the earldom of Thamon. Oh. Oh, I'm of Thamon. He's of Ormond. Okay. Things that belong to you. So these are all baronies?
Blowy Chip says hi.
Hi. Hi, Chips. Oh, you know, it's
Blowy Chip
going.
says how is 2025 treating Yak?
I guess, honestly, better than the end of 2024, I suppose, so not bad. As bad. So, that's not as bad as good. Barony of... Oh, yeah. This is Barony of Iris. Okay.
Sensation _ black 1984 says who's Yak?
Who's yeah? Hello?
Blowy Chip says night.
Wait, huh? Wait. Okay, 3 out of 3. I'm gonna go back to reading my thingy. I'm jumping back and forth between this. This tutorial in this game is gonna take 2 hours because it's a really long tutorial. So we're gonna be going back and forth between the game and I'm reading some review material on coding. Let's see. Other IDEs. There are other IDEs out there, but most C# programmers use one of the above. Other IDEs tend to be missing lots of features, aren't well supported, and have less online help and documentation. But if you find another IDE
says
that you
I've
enjoy,
started a new hobby this year.
go for it.
I've been writing in my free time.
Oh, nice. In what language? Online editors. Oh wait. There are a handful of online C# editors that you can use to tinker with C# without downloading tools, which is, I'm going to be using one of those to make my life easier while reviewing. These have certain limitations and often do not keep up with the current language version. So you might find these useful if you just want to experiment without a huge commitment. An article on the website
English
points out some of these. Nice. Oh wow, I didn't realize there were actually like there were this many online editors. I'm gonna bookmark this link. Let's see, because this is helpful. Okay. Now I have to. God. I accidentally closed my tab. Now I have to open it again. Okay. Where was I? Oh god, I have to go back to. I have to scroll all the way back down again. Um. No IDE. You do not need an IDE to program in C#. If you are a veteran programmer, skilled at using the command line, and accustomed to patching together different editors and scripts, you can skip the IDE. That sounds... I mean, VS Code was hard enough to use. I can't imagine using nothing at all and doing everything with the command line. Sounds like torture. That's crazy, though. Wonder what it means though when it says accustomed to patching together different editors. I do not recommend this approach for new programmers. It's a bit like building your car from parts before you can drive it. For the seasoned mechanic, this may be part of the enjoyment. Everybody else needs something that they can hop in and go. The IDEs above are in that category. Working without an IDE requires using the .NET command line tool to create, compile, test, and package your programs. See? Even if you use an IDE, you may still find the .NET tool helpful. If you use Visual Studio Code, you will need to use it occasionally. You know, that's what made it... That's why... Well, one of the big reasons why Visual Studio Code was so difficult to use. Because you did have to do stuff with the command line. Probably with .NET. It's annoying. But if you are new to programming, start with an IDE and learn the basics first. That recommendation makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna more frequently go back to the tutorial because this is gonna be 2 hours long, which is like, it's not like I'm going through it fast. Going over others. Oh wait, I read that. I understand. Now, characters. You play one of many characters in this world, represented by character avatars. Your character is the ruler of a realm. You'll need to make sure that your dynasty survives and thrives throughout the ages. Your titles give you power and control over territory, as well as over other characters, who might hold titles in land of their own. Ooh. Characters have skills, indicating their proficiency within a certain field. Some are great talkers, while others prefer to make their intent clear on the battlefield. The main skills are diplomacy, proving others' opinion of you; martial, raising and commanding armies; stewardship, managing your personal lands; intrigue, scheming and finding secrets; learning, studying theology and technology. I feel like diplomacy calls out to me the most, you know? Gotta have peace. Is it? How's Ryan? Your house. I thought the name of my house was supposed to be the name of my land, which was, I already forgot what it was called. Kingdom Munster. I thought my house would be House Munster, but I guess not. That's confusing. But whatever. Characters also have traits, which can affect skills as well as how they react to things. These are illustrated by icons in the character view. Some traits tell you about a character's personality, like fickle, calm, or generous. Other traits are specific to how a character has lived their life, such as an education trait or commander traits. You are temperate, wrathful, impatient. Temperate. Where should we take habits? From this, you can see that your character typically leads a modest life and expects others to do the same, and is quick to anger when they don't. Gregarious. Wait. Where's Wrathful? I don't see Wrathful. Wait, they must have changed something. They took that out. He's gregarious instead of Wrathful. That's fine though. How's it go? Interesting. Hello. Stability, decentralization, peace. Let me look up that word. Where's that? I don't think I've ever heard that word. Parochial. Relating to a church parish. I don't know. Parish is what? I don't know what has to do with church. Local church community or district that is part of a diocese. Oh god. Rankings and stuff are so confusing. Okay. I mean, that makes sense why, a religious vassal wouldn't like someone who's wrathful. Impatient. That's kind of like me. I'm learning things too. Why'd you get prestige for that? This character thinks that most things should happen fast, so they should happen now. That's how everyone is in the 21st century. He was gregarious. Gregarious has no drawbacks. It just gives you pluses for all the things. That's cool. But I have to go grab something that came in the mail really quick. I'll be back in a second. Okay, sorry. Just to make sure I get that. Let's see, was I? So, in actuality, my character is not quick to anger, they are gregarious instead. So they must have changed that, I guess, but they didn't update the tutorial. When a character chooses to behave contrary to their personality, I should say. Oh wait. Yeah, to their personality traits, it can cause them stress. Traits can also impact how other characters react to you. Some people are impressed by the brave trait, while a lustful character is more likely to feature in salacious gossip. Something salacious. Having or conveying undue or inappropriate interest in sexual matters. Okay. Salacious. Traits influence other characters' morality and greed, which can affect both their friendly and hostile actions. Oh, I have an error. All characters, yes, all, have an opinion of one another, which drives their behavior. Why is there the emphasis on yes, all? Ooh, characters have it. Noble and low bar. Didn't land it. Once skills and traits, yep. Low opinion can cause people to rise up against you or be unwilling to help you. Like in reality. High opinion can, on the other hand, make characters more inclined to join your schemes. How you choose to interact with other characters will often affect their opinion of you. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, shouldn't I? I mean, that's cool. I like the sound effects in it. Okay, but let me read the next thing. I see. Installing Visual Studio. This tutorial's focus is the C# language itself. But when I need to illustrate a task in an IDE, this tutorial uses Visual Studio Community Edition. Professional Enterprise Edition should be identical. Other IDEs are usually similar, but you will find differences. Visual Studio Code is popular enough that I posted an article illustrating how to get started with it. Nice. I'm gonna bookmark that too. Download Visual Studio Community Edition from Visual Studio Microsoft downloads. You'll want to download Visual Studio 2022 or newer to use all the features in this tutorial. Note that this will download the Visual Studio installer rather than Visual Studio itself. Visual Studio installer lets you customize which components Visual Studio has installed. Anytime you want to tweak the available features, you'll rerun the installer, make the desired changes. Cool. As you begin installing Visual Studio, I'll see which components to include. Oh, I remember all this. With everything installed, Visual Studio is a lumbering, all-powerful behemoth. You do not need all possible features of Visual Studio. In fact, this tutorial will only need a small slice of what Visual Studio offers. You can install anything you find interesting. There's only one item you must install for the code used here. On the Workloads tab, find the one called .NET Desktop Development and click on it to enable it. Does that include WPF, Windows Forms, console applications? Oh yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. If you forget to do this, you can always rerun the Visual Studio installer and change what components you have installed. Warning, be sure you get the right workload installed. If you don't, you won't be able to use all of the C# features described here. Once Visual Studio is installed, open it. You may end up with the desktop icon. You can always find it in the Windows Start menu under Visual Studio 2022. Visual Studio will ask you to sign in with a Microsoft account, even for the free Community Edition. You don't need to sign in if you don't want to, but it does enable a few minor features like synchronizing your settings across multiple devices. If you're installing Visual Studio for the first time, you also get a chance to pick development settings, keyboard shortcuts, and a color theme. I've used a light theme here because it looks clearer in print. Many developers like the dark theme. Whatever you pick can be changed later. Know you're done when you make it to the launch screen shown below. If you're in the beginnings, you must get your tools ready to start programming in C#. So Visual Studio is my Community Edition or another IDE. Get it ready to start programming. Yeah, I'll even skip this because I already have these things installed from the past. But it's only nice to review stuff. I mean, even though I already have Studio code, I'm probably going to read that small article on using it and getting started with it just to like review using Visual Studio Code. I think that's worthwhile. But for anything I can, any tasks or anything, I'm going to use like an online IDE in the web browser if I can, to make things less complicated. So on part 4 of the tutorial, I wonder how many parts there are. I wonder if there's like 100. Hope not. Anyway, gold resources. To further your goals, you will need gold. Among other things, gold pays for buildings, armies, and bribes. Since gold is collected passively from both your holdings and your vassals as tax. Since larger vassals and more important holdings tend to give more tax. However, money can't buy everything. Certain things can only be achieved by spending the right amount of prestige, or for religious matters, piety. You can see the current state of your gold, prestige, and piety in the bar to the top right. Your prestige tells you how respected you are. It can be earned passively over time by holding many titles, for example, or actively, such as by marrying into prestigious dynasties or fighting as an ally in wars. Whenever you earn prestige, you build towards your next level of fame. Higher levels of fame make other characters think better of you and bring powerful ways to wage war. Some actions cost prestige, like declaring war. These actions allow you to leverage your celebrity for your own benefit, and characters won't think less of you for using them. Spending prestige does not affect your level of fame progress, just your current prestige. With a lot of piety, you will have an easier time interacting with your head of faith. As you are Catholic, this is the Pope. Is there always one? I'm over there. Some faiths have a spiritual head of faith, some a temporal head of faith. Caliph. What's that? Temporal head of faith acts much like a normal ruler, the head of faith title being destroyed should they lose all their land. The doctrines of the faith allow for great holy wars. They will be directed. Okay. Piety can be gained passively from the learning skill and virtuous traits, or actively from pious actions such as going on a pilgrimage. You also have a level of devotion which builds over time. Whenever you gain piety, it can have positive effects for your character. So this is like equivalent to the fame for prestige. Similar to prestige, some actions require you to spend piety, like declaring holy wars or creating a new faith. Spending piety like this is normal. Other characters won't think worse of you for it. Okay, now that we're on lifestyles, like I said, I want to go take a look at that article on Visual Studio Code. C# programming Visual Studio Code. Tutorial primarily focuses on Visual Studio Community Edition, but if you are on Linux or Mac or just want a lightweight editor, Visual Studio Code is a great choice. Visual Studio Code is more editor, less integrated development environment. You have to manually do more things on your own, like a lot more things actually. But if you are a more experienced programmer, you will not find it all that difficult. So I'm clearly not experienced. Even if you're not very experienced, it isn't too painful if you have some familiarity with running things from the command line. I mean, I guess that's why it was painful, because like I didn't have any experience with doing that. It's just extraordinarily painful. Installing the .NET Core SDK and Visual Studio Code. You need to install two things to be able to use Visual Studio Code.
Brennan94 says, hey, how's it going?
Oh, what's up? Hey! I'm just jumping back and forth between this game and then just reading and like articles and stuff that I have up, so that I can, be productive at the same time as, doing this game. Also, I have to get through this tutorial because I said I was going to play this game tomorrow with a friend.
Brennan94 says, cool.
I didn't realize, let's try to Well, no, they told me it was gonna be 2 hours long, but like it's barely long. I wish I didn't wait till the last day to do this tutorial, but I basically have to get through this tutorial, and I'm gonna jump back and forth between doing that and then just reviewing like coding and stuff, because I haven't done that in forever, and that's sad. Yep, that's it. Anyway, right now I'm reading like a short little article on using Visual Studio Code for the first time. I already have Visual Studio Code. I've used it a few times, yeah, I've used it already, but I might as well review how to set it up just to remind myself, oh, this is how you use Visual Studio Code. Plus, maybe they'll go over like a few of the command line stuff, because I basically forgot all of the command line stuff, like all of it, just everything. You need to install 2 things to be able to use Visual Studio Code to make C# programs. First thing to install is the .NET Software Development Kit SDK. Okay. Be sure to get the SDK, not just the runtime. Also be sure to get the .NET one, and not the .NET Core or .NET Framework one. Jeez. You can get those too, but you will need the main .NET SDK for this tutorial.
Brennan94 says, yeah, I love
I'm
Vscode.
trying to think about, like,
you can
do
use
I
it
know
for
what the
pretty
difference
much
between all
all
those things are?
languages. It has a ton of extensions you can install for it as well.
I know. I mean, I love it for what it is, but I hate using it. I hope that makes sense. Like, I love it because it's lightweight, and I like minimalistic things, and also I'm usually on a laptop, and Visual Studio Community, it's horrible. Like, it just like hogs everything, and sometimes it crashes, and it just doesn't really work very well. I have no problems with Visual Studio Code. It's just like I'm bad, and it's confusing. Doing stuff in it is like you need to not be. You need like more experience. You need to actually know how to use the command line, so it's just hard. But it's cool. I still like it more. Like if I was good equally at both of them, I would like Visual Studio Code more often. Like yeah. Maybe as long as it's not like a huge project where the IDE features are actually like super useful. Oh my god, someone explained to me a while back the difference between .NET Core and .NET Framework, and then just .NET. I completely forgot. I think some of these are like older or something. Something like which one is newer, the newer one, kind of. I think it was something like that. Like .NET Core might be like an old.
Brennan94 says, haha,
Maybe
yeah,
you know.
you get used to it after a while. Vscode is more a code editor that you can customize to fit your purpose, and Visual
Is that
Studio
more a code editor?
is
It
like
is a code
full-blown feature
editor.
behemoth LUL.
That's what makes it lightweight and nice. Visual Studio is an IDE, yeah. It is just a... Yeah, I mean, if I had like a really fancy custom computer, like everyone has who's not me, with quadruple monitors and all the bells and whistles, I guess I would like Visual Studio Community if I could just have 500,000 tabs open at once. All the RAM I could ever need. Yeah. But sadly not. The second thing to install is Visual Studio Code itself. That makes sense. Okay, I'll end after this next paragraph. And I'll go back to the game. The terminal in Visual Studio Code. As you launch VS Code, there are 2 things you must know about it. First, VS Code does fewer things than the full Visual Studio. Of course, this comes down to it being more editor than IDE. Oh my god, they just said the same thing in the article that you just said. like more editor than IDE. You literally just said that, like exactly, almost exactly like that. That's crazy. Wow, you're channeling their spirit, but it can still be used to do all of the things you would typically want to do in creating C#.
Brennan94 says haha lol.
I know. No, that's maybe that would be crazy to want to do in creating C# programs, even if some of them are a bit more difficult to do than it would be in Visual Studio. For example, you will need to use the command line to create new projects in Visual Studio Code, something that can be done through the user interface in the full Visual Studio. It's true. The second is that VS Code. You know what? What I should have done in the past, it's all my fault. I should have, every time I use like a new command in the command line interface, I should have been writing it down or like keeping it in a Google Doc or something. Just having a list of, so I can go back if I haven't coded in a while and be like, oh yeah, I can just, this is what you use to make a new project. But no, I was dumb and lazy and I didn't do that. But whatever. Lesson learned. What was I? Oh yeah. The second is that Visual Studio Code is very bare bones just after installation. It doesn't even include basic C# editing
.NET framework is older and compiles for Windows only. .NET Core is a newer version of .NET designed to be cross-platform for Windows, Mac, Linux.
Okay. Thank you. I see. That's what it was. So it did have a little something to do with like one being like a bit older, stuff like that. But in this case, Framework's the older one, I see. And Windows. Oh yeah, that's right. And then Cores, you're right. So I'm wondering, like, oh wait, is the ad playing for you? Do you have the ads blocked? Can I keep talking or no? I don't know. Just tell me if I can keep talking. Okay, yeah, I think I can.
94 says, yeah, the versioning of .NET is actually quite confusing, lol.
I know, they're naming convention stuff. Okay, cool. So,
Brennan94 says, yeah, I don't
so
have
is
ads
the
currently.
SDK is for development, and my guess is .NET Framework and .NET Core. Are those technically runtimes then? But the one being older, and for Windows only, the other being what you just said, cross-platform. But are those also used for development technically? Or maybe they're all three are used for development, but then the SDK is like the main one, and these other ones are just like have features. Some of them being older, some of them being newer. Blah 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 blah. Hope that makes sense. And also, Ranadon, can you remind me what's your main programming language? I mean, since you know about .NET Framework and .NET Core, could it be C#? Because I don't exactly remember which people were use C#, but I know like it's a few people I've met in stream use C#.
Brennan94 says, well, the .NET Framework and .NET Core contains a package of things. It contains libraries for you to use, but it also installs the runtime for you, yeah, laughing face.
So then what happens if you don't have .NET Framework or .NET Core and you just have the SDK? Then you can still do stuff with that? Like you can, I guess I can assume maybe there's just like a very basic C# outside of Framework and Core. But you'll just be missing some of those other features. I presume. But yeah, that makes sense that they have libraries. I mean, how else could it be cross-platform like Core without special libraries and stuff? Makes sense.
Brennan94 says,
oh,
for
okay.
a .NET application to be able to run on your machine, you have
Very
to
well
have the
explained.
runtime installed on your machine. But I think the SDK installs the runtime too.
Thank you. The upside is that Visual Studio Code has a robust extension system and there is a C# extension available. We'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, done with the paragraph. And then, okay, so looks like the next few paragraphs that are coming up, they're actually going to be talking about some command line stuff, so I will actually take notes for the...
Brennan94 says, and oh yeah, my main language is mostly TypeScript and JavaScript.
Hey!
I'm not an expert in C.
And yet, even though that's the primary language that I've been working with, you can probably do a lot more in it than I ever could, but... Oh, you have a colleague as a mastermind of it? My god. A mastermind. Wait, if I remember correctly, because it has been so long since I've done anything programming related at all, didn't you say you're a professional programmer, aren't you? Turn it on. Because honestly, like, this is so crazy, but like 90%, 95% of people are that I've met on Twitch, which is really cool. So probably are. Yeah.
Brennan94 says,
that's so
yep,
cool.
I am working as
See,
a software
no wonder
engineer.
you're so eloquent and you can explain things so well. Like, you're like, I mean, that's exactly like like the help you've given me is exactly what I would expect if you were like my like professor in college or something. You're really good. But yeah. Alright. Lifestyle. As well as traits, your character can also pick a lifestyle. There are 5 lifestyles, 1 for each skill. Lifestyles represent what you put the most effort into day to day. Each one has several focuses inside relating to it. Every focus gives you a unique bonus and makes events associated with that focus more likely to happen. Makes sense. Click the lifestyle button, highlight it. Wait. Oh, it's all the way on the bottom. Lifestyle, no, you've not selected a lifestyle. Ooh. You're really good at it.
94 says, oh wow, thank you, kind words, haha. I try to get better at explaining things.
Like, honestly, and you need even more props because, like, people in tech, or I don't know, it's not even like it's their fault. It's just it's hard explaining technical concepts. Like, I had plenty of like teachers in the past that explained things pretty bad. Like, it was so, like, it made sense to them, but for someone who had no knowledge of what they were talking about, it was so difficult to follow along. You know, people with lots of experience and that were really professional. So, yeah, you should just props to you because it's really not easy. I remember there's been times where I've tried explaining things to people too, like something I just learned, and I try to like I know what it is, but then I explain it, and then I'm like, oh my god, this explanation is so incoherent. Like, this sounds so bad. Because it's hard to put the ideas into, like, words sometimes. You know? That just, like, makes sense. Even if you know what it is and know how to use it, it's like, how do you transfer that to the other person? Click on any lifestyle to see its focuses. As time goes by, your character will earn lifestyle experience for maintaining a particular lifestyle. When you acquire enough lifestyle experience, you can select one of that lifestyle's perks from any of its trees. Perks represent you practicing and developing yourself over time and offer unique bonuses like special traits or unlock lifestyle-specific mechanics and content, such as the ability to start abduct schemes. I can abduct people?
Brennan94 says, yeah, I try to follow a quote I heard somewhere. think it went something like, if you can't explain it to a child, you probably don't know it enough. Although I can't probably explain these things to a child, but I try to follow the same way of thinking.
Well, I
If I
think you
can't
could,
explain it
because
well enough, I should probably try to
essentially,
understand it better,
if
if
you're
that makes
explaining
sense.
something to me and I understand well what you're saying, you are explaining to a child, because I am a child mentally, sadly. That's how bad I am at all these things, my god.
Brennan94 says LUL.
Though I don't know. I will say, y'all are really talented, so maybe a lot of people, but maybe not everyone. Alright, I'm gonna see what abducting is. Of course, the abduct scheme is a hostile scheme that aims to imprison its target. No way. Wait, it is a secret scheme based on intrigue that can recruit agents. What are agents? An agent is a participant in a scheme who can provide one of 3 benefits. Oh, I see. Okay. A successfully abducted scheme target will be imprisoned. Damn. As an example, the strategy, authority, and chivalry focus is... Oh, those are focuses. That's right. Oh, yeah. All grant martial experience, which can be used to acquire any of the martial lifestyle's perks. Okay. So these 3 focuses are probably all within martial, let's presume. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Bleeding perk trees leads to different lifestyle traits. Okay. I forgot what this guy focuses on, but I think he's supposed to be either. I forgot. But this one has, what is this, 12 out of 27? I think we're supposed to be diplomacy. I was gonna say diplomacy or stewardship, but I think... Oh yeah, it's definitely diplomacy. Because of your diplomacy education, you gain 30% more experience in this lifestyle. Yeah. Plus this thing up here is probably telling me I already have some of the perks in it within diplomacy. Focus on understanding people and their motives, how to handle other realms, how to win the unwavering loyalty of your subjects. Oh, I have to choose focus now. Let's see. Foreign affairs. One can never have too many friends near or far. Focusing on foreign affairs grants diplomacy 3, diplomacy experience 30 per month. Majesty. Regality flows from ritual, tradition, and glory. +1 diplomacy, prestige, 1 per month. So the only thing these do is they're just giving me different, like, current amounts of currency.
Renatan94 says I played this game a bit Oswell LUL, though it was some time ago. It's pretty fun.
Yes.
This makes me want to try
in
it
that
again
case,
and
we should play multiplayer sometime when I'm done this tutorial in the future. Like, want to do a multiplayer session? Come on! I know you want to go to war. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a diplomatic kind of person. I won't abduct you. Never. Family focus. If we not do not choose them. Those. Oh, fun fact too.
94 says,
I don't know how much of the DLC you own. I got a. It's funny. I've owned this game for, even though I've never played it, I've had it for a really long time, because a long time ago there was a bundle that had the game and a bunch of DLC. But if you play multiplayer, whoever hosts, unless you have all the DLC, but whoever hosts, you share all your DLC. The host shares their DLC with the people who join. So if you don't have most of it, then I mean, I can host and we can play with the DLC too. Anyway,
Renadin94 says I only played it through Game Pass, so I probably don't get DLCs.
So then you'll get to have you'll get to use all the DLCs in our multiplayer session if we play. Even if we do not choose them, those closest to us are the most important. Focusing on family grants +2 diplomacy, fertility +20%, diplomacy experience 32 per month. I mean, I like how this one gives some prestige too, because this one's not giving any. But I mean, I like. It doesn't matter. It literally is a tutorial. It really doesn't matter at all. I just go all the. We'll have Majesty then. Monthly game. Base 25. Charismatic negotiator. Oh yeah. Base plus 25, 32.5. Wait, what am I gaining per month? Diplomacy experience? I guess this is rounded, because this one says plus 32.5, but it says 32 per month, so it's probably just floored, I suppose.
Renadin94 says, oh yeah, the reason I know a bit of C.
Oh, that's so cool! Not recommended. Okay, that's fair. I mean, true. When I've dabbled in other, like, the basics in other languages at the same time, it's kind of a bit confusing, to be honest. It's fun, but it's very, very chaotic too. The downsides that people warn me about, they do exist for sure. I was starting to do that too, like, oh yeah, that's right. Python's like,
says, yeah, LUL, I remember,
oh yeah,
I
no semicolons. This was like, and then remembering, like, because they each language has their own different base class library with the methods having different names, so then you're trying to use the wrong name because this is what it's called in C#, but it's called something, they use a completely different name for the same thing. And like Python and stuff, it's that actually was really annoying. Yeah. Let's see, time to next perk, 3 years. Seems long. I wonder how quickly the years go by in this game. Can only be changed every 5 years. We'll go with it. Right. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm gonna go back to the article because they were on two of two. I both hate and love that the tutorial, there's no like percentage bar at the top of the screen that says you are 30% of the way through the tutorial. Because if it said like you are 2% of the way, I would be really depressed right now. But if that's hidden from me, you know, that's a good thing. But it's also annoying not knowing how long the tutorial will take. But you know what? It's not bad. Plus, like, I watched some videos on this game ahead of time, so it's pretty, like, some of it seems familiar already. Not too difficult. Anyway, see, creating a new project. Visual Studio Code does not have the ability to create a new project from the user interface. Instead, we must do that from the terminal. Of course. Opening the terminal. My god. You can open up a terminal such as command.exe, PowerShell, or through any other tool that your operating system supports. But an easy alternative is just use the terminal window, embed it in Visual Studio Code.
Says one thing that's funny in this game is that you can end up in pop-up hell. You hover a text to learn more, then another pop-up comes up and you hover another
I
thing
know,
to
that's
learn more
pretty
and
fun.
it goes on and on LUL.
I noticed that you can do that. It's fun. It reminds me of when, like adware shows up, the classic stereotype, like an ad shows up, you close it, and then like two more pop up, and then you just have like all these windows of ads. It's like that vibe. To open this window, go to either View Terminal in the menu or use the Control plus apostrophe keyboard shortcut. Okay, I didn't know about this shortcut. But then again, there's like 10,000 shortcuts in VS Code. How many shortcuts do you know, Renadon? As a professional, do you know like hundreds of the VS Code shortcuts? I wonder. Okay, I'm gonna open a new plain text file, and then I'm gonna start copying and pasting stuff that I want to review later, and then I'll organize it later. Let's call it I'm gonna call it notes. It's such a bad name. Okay, open the terminal window. No.
Renadon94 says, oh, not a lot of shortcuts, I'm afraid, LUL.
I know, like 0. Wait, there was this one time. This reminds me.
Renadon94 says, I'm still using UI buttons for a lot of stuff. I've been too lazy learning to be more efficient.
Yeah, whenever there's UI available, I'll always just take it. Even if it's more slow and cumbersome, it's like it's just less thing to memorize. That's the thing. But this reminds me of this experience. It was kind of weird. I remember where there was this one person on Twitch who showed up, and they were a programmer, but they didn't know the Control-C, Control-V for copy and paste. That I remember that surprised me. Yeah! I know! I was like...
Renadon94 says,
I'm serious,
sorry,
I was like, what?
They didn't know Control-C, Control-V.
No, I was really just like, huh? Is that possible? I was very confused when that happened, but that was very... this was very surprising to me. But then again, I guess you could always just right-click, copy, right-click, paste, and then...
Renadon94 says, I wouldn't survive without those shortcuts, and also Control-X to cut.
To be honest, I've only used Control-X like twice in my whole life. It's so sad. I learned about it not even that long ago, to be honest, and then I used it like twice, and then I forgot Control-X existed, so I should use that more to save... I could save myself a good amount of time with Control-X, to be honest. Just open the terminal window as shown below. Okay. Verifying the .NET SDK. Let's start by checking that the .NET SDK was correctly installed. To check this, go to the terminal window and type in the command below, .NET. Oh yeah. I forgot, for some of these things, you prefix it with .NET to start. Okay. If this is working correctly, you should see output that looks something like this. Okay. It's just like the list of all the stuff that it spits out. That. If you get an error instead, then you need to go back and figure out what went wrong during the SDK's installation process. I see. Just help info list runtimes. Cool. Okay, back to the game. I understand. Other characters interacting. By the way, Renadan, have you ever played this game in multiplayer? I assume not. But this game seems like pretty fun in single player, so I bet it's gonna be.
Oh no, I have only tried single player.
Okay, gotcha. I bet it'll be super, super fun in multiplayer. Plus, there's another viewer who would want to join us, so we'll at least have another person. It'll be for more chaos. Maybe we'll get some more people who know what this game is. That'd be really cool. I don't know the max amount of people it supports.
Brennan94 says sounds pretty fun, yeah.
But when we play, no spoilers. Don't tell me like what your strategy is. Don't tell me if you're gonna play dirty or play nice. Like that's part of the fun, is not knowing what we're all gonna do. We'll play it like we're real kings and queens and you know, all that jazz. And to see where the game goes. Oh, fun fact about, so in multiplayer you can have a lot of fun because you can't lose. Like, for example, if your empire gets destroyed or you die or something, you just come back you can pick a new character and you can respawn on the map. So you'll never be completely wiped out. So, you know, there's no hard feelings. Let's see. Interacting.
Brennan94 says, oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Though I guess I could see it kind of be annoying. Like, every time you come back, everyone else just, like, continuously just, like, runs you down and kills you because, you know, you come back with, like, no resources. Now having selected a focus, we can move on to other people. Interacting with other characters is key in Crusader Kings 3, and you have many options for how to do so. You can right-click on a character portrait, including your own, to get a list of potential interactions, such as arranging a marriage. That's the other thing, the cool thing about this game, which everything you can do with the NPCs, every single action you can do with people in multiplayer. So you can kidnap them, you can marry off your daughters and form alliances with them, and everything. You can do all of it. Isn't that so cool? I know. It's just,
Brennan94
I love how they
that is so cool.
support it, every single thing in multiplayer. Raise the character portrait, including your own, to get a list of potential. Oh yeah, it's arranging a marriage or initiating a scheme. This is also where you start wars. Oh yes, but let's save that for later, of course. Open your character view. Right click your players. How do I get my character view? Is that right click? Right click your player heirs character portrait to see the interactions available. So maybe just click once. Oh yeah. Right click players. Okay. Let's see. Let's start with the basics. Everybody likes gold. I love money. Try sending a bribe to your player heir I'm gonna bribe my son? Okay. You know, that makes sense, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I wish my parents would just give me money. Most interactions would bring up a second window with details when selecting. Okay, you can confirm or cancel an action in this window. To continue, confirm a send gift interaction with your heir. Ah, okay. What is acetate vow? What is it? Ask Brian to take the vows and join the clergy. Oh, okay. Sway. Attempt to sway Brian. Oh, that just means that it's a relationship. I thought it was a rose, so I thought I thought this was like courts. My bad. I can't murder him because it says he's my child. It's like it's your child. It's like it's not even an option. But also it's a tutorial, so like that would probably break the tutorial. That's probably why it's grayed out, to be honest. Okay, where the hell is send gift. Of course. Can I drag this? Oh, I can. Okay. Brian Merchad Brian. Not confusing. Pays 50 to Brian. Games interview. Received gift. What does -3 per year mean? Like, what am I losing per year? Interesting. Will accept. Maybe it's just saying it into. Yeah, I actually don't know. Do you know Renadad? Sorry. Do you know what -3 per year? What's that supposed to mean? But if I'm paying 50, you pay 50.
Brennan94 says I don't remember XD.
I see. I don't know. But interesting. Maybe it's like my -3 total income. I don't know what that doesn't even make sense to me though. Well done. You have successfully increased somebody's opinion of you. Note the feed message in the lower right. This is where mildly interesting but non-critical information appears. Where is that? Mildly interesting, but current date, game speed. I don't see it. The feed. It goes away. Oh, because it goes away. It goes away after a little while when unpaused. Certain opinion modifiers last forever, like family bonds.
Sombrax14 says howdy howdy.
Hello, Sombra. Howdy. Others will wane over time, like the fading memory of receiving a monetary gift. If you hover your cursor over the opinion number on another character, you can see exactly where the various numbers are coming from. Is it due to a marriage alliance, a gift of gold, or simply that they appreciate your honest nature? Oh, it can't go above 100, I think. Actually, maybe it can. Maybe this adds up to plus 86. No, it can't go above 100 because it's stuck up here. You know what? He's my. I think -3 per year. I think I know what it means. Oh, you were sad? But it's okay because you're passing on your legacy, you know? It's about the dynasty. But yeah, there's like so many cool features and so many ways to customize characters. Like I can see why you did it. Oh no! Oh no!
Brennan94 says yeah, but that's when everything went downhill.
Oh. I think to make things really fun when we play multiplayer, I think we should just put the game, like, we should have the AI play on the hardest difficulty so that so that there's just more drama and we have to think more carefully about what we're all gonna do. Whether that means teaming up to conquer the AI or whether that means betrayal. Okay, so I finished reading this tutorial tip, so time to go back, keep reading that article. Alright, change to the right location. The next step is to change the terminal's working directory to wherever you want a new C# program to live. Oh yeah, that's right. You have to specify all these things. This can be anywhere you want, as long as you can find it later. For example, I'm going to put my new program in a new folder inside my documents directory. So I run the following command to get to documents. Command... I see. I'm gonna copy and paste this example. Terminal command.
Brennan94 says lately I've been spending a ton of time learning C.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I want to, if I can ever get decent at C#, like C++ for sure, I want to go into that because it's the other one that, you know, is like so vital for games when it comes to languages. Oh, C++ is so cool. It just gives so much power. Just the power. But you know what? Fun fact. Did you know? But I think it was in C. Did you know that apparently, I saw this in a YouTube video, like a news YouTube video. The U.S. government is trying to rewrite, like the military is trying to rewrite all their tech stuff, and they're trying to convert it automatically, but it's probably not going to work because like usually their plans don't work supposedly according to the video. But anyway, they're trying to convert all their either C code. It's either C code or C++, but they're trying to convert it all into Rust supposedly because it has security flaws, so something.
Brennan94
Yeah, you
says
did
C
hear
is
that?
more lower level. You can do everything. It's very freeing XD. It has also helped by to understand how C.
You know, speaking of Rust, I will say, come on, you gotta agree, their mascots are like cute. Like they probably have one of the best mascots of programming languages. Like, it's awesome. I love their mascot. That's it. That's all I have to say about Rust. Oh, that's cool. It helps you with C#.
Brennan94 says
I mean,
I was contemplating
I would
diving
pick
into
C++
Rust too,
over Rust.
but I decided
But
on
I'm
C
biased,
because it's a
then
skill
again.
my team is lacking.
Though I know everyone says like Rust is where it's at right now. Rust is like where all the like jobs and demand and the interest, and that's where all the hype is and growth. But I would still pick C++. If I had right now for free, was offered a choice, it's like you can push this button and master C++ or push this button and master Rust. Even though I think career-wise, at this point in time, maybe Rust would be more useful. I gotta go with my heart, but also C++ is still like, it'll never like not be useful. I think, at least as of right now, it just, even if it's not as hyped. I mean, it is the backbone of so many things, you know.
Brennan94 says I think for learning how things work under the hood, C is probably better, but I think that in Rust it helps you write pretty safe code.
I see. So wait, Rust helps you write safe code, or C++ helps you write safe code in Rust? I think you meant Rust is like safer to write with, but C++ is like more low level, powerful, you know, get to bump elbows with the hardware. Closer to the hardware.
Brennan94 says the Rust language puts a lot of constraints on the programmer, so it's difficult to do unsafe things, from what I've understood. Brennan94 says in C it's the Wild West LUL, but that's partly why I enjoy it. You know, now that I think about it, when you're like writing out the pathway to a directory, like, I don't even know, like, that's C, and then, you know, like, it's like C, and then you have a colon. I don't know what that C even stands for, to be honest. Okay, let's see, make a directory for the new project. We want our new program to be separated from other programs, so I'm going to create a subdirectory or folder out of the documents folder. Oh yeah, that's where you have the mkdir console command. Brennan94 says I don't know what the C stands for either, actually.
Oh, we don't. It's like we use it. It's like, what? What does it stand for? Maybe it's just a happy face. You know, that's definitely what it is. It has to be. Okay, I'm actually glad I read this article.
Probably
like, it's a good little, like, refresher without being too technical. Yes, definitely. There can be no other explanation. Then I'm going to shift my working directory to be inside of this new folder. So then cd. Ah, okay. That's so cool. Okay, back to Crusader Kings. I understand. Playing a family. Dynasty. Next, let's talk about your dynasty. As the game goes on, unless your character meets with an untimely accident, of us in quotes, as, or a terrible disease, they will grow old and eventually die. The story doesn't end there. It's only game over if you do not have an heir of your own dynasty. Or in multiplayer, it's never game over. Oh, one other really, really cool thing about multiplayer is just like, you know how I said you can do anything with other players, just like you can do with the NPCs? You can make other players your vassal too, and stuff like that as well. So you can be a part of their kingdom as a vassal instead of like ruling your own kingdom.
Brennan94 says LMFAO. I asked Copilot about where C came from. The C programming language, does it stand for something? The C in the C programming language.
Well, I wasn't talking about the C programming language.
The language was named C because it was a successor to an earlier programming language called B.
I meant the C as in this C. Like for file pathways, like this.
Salttoserenity says C:\users\RB\documents.
That C. Yeah, I don't even know what that one stands for as what I meant.
Renaton94 says I think it
Oh,
stands
oh
for
my
computer.
god. That's what it just computer? That's crazy. Who would have thought? Hey, but now I know where is in C programming language, where that comes from. I didn't even think about that. But I didn't even know there was an earlier language called B. Like, what? As long as your titles have heirs of your dynasty, your legacy will
Renaton94
live
says
on.
I had no idea there was an earlier language called B either
I didn't.
XD.
Imagine meeting someone, they're like, oh, my favorite language is B. You're like, what? They're like, who even uses C? C is so, overhyped. It's all about B. Very creative. They had so much imagination back in the day, for sure. As long as your titles have heirs of your dynasty, your legacy will live on. When your current character dies, you simply start playing a new one, the player heir.
A language called F.
Better for the disk. Oh! Like tier F. Windows usually has a C for the disk on which the OS installed. L. Wait, what if you have 24 disks that use all 24 letters, and then you want to add? Wait, how does this even? What if you want a 25th disk, and but you already used all the letters? Like, then what? I don't know why you would have that many discs, but what if? Oh. Won't the computer get confused? It'll be like, oh no.
Sombrax14 says XD I don't know.
You said you thought it stood for computer, but maybe that's why it starts with C default. Maybe it is because that computer, like Windows, makes it a C. Maybe.
Renaton94 says maybe.
Depending on the type of succession your realm has, this is likely to be one of your children. Perhaps one that you have groomed to rule. Your dynasty has its own coat of arms, which is currently highlighted and can be clicked for more information. You don't need to do anything with this now, but if you want to look at the details of your dynasty later, it can be found here. Cool. Succession laws determine how all titles and resources are divided between heirs when a character dies. You currently only have one heir, but let's take a look anyway. In some cases, when you take over your new character, you may even find that they are responsible for the untimely demise of your previous ruler. Oh my god, your heir can kill your ruler! To continue, open the realm view on the right side of the screen, highlight it. Okay, realm. Inspect the succession tab. Realms. Show rulers and their realms on the map. Control plus click a realm to see its vassals. But I just clicked on it though. Oh, this is a view, so it's just gonna change the map. Wait. Huh? Oh wait, it's actually, I'm dumb. It's highlighting this up here. I thought it was doing this, but this is just showing the view I'm in. Like I can change this and it will change what the map looks like. I'm so dumb. Okay. So this is the realm view. F2 is the shortcut. I'm gonna try the shortcut. Nice. Inspect the succession tab. Oh, there it is. As a member of a dynasty, you also have renown. Shared by everyone in your dynasty, renown grows in several different ways and reflects how infamous your dynasty is, rather than just you. Okay. Increasing your renown will echo down the generations for your descendants, raising your level of splendor. As the dynasty head, the most powerful member of your dynasty, renown will allow you to unlock dynasty legacies. It will benefit all your kin. To view the dynasty legacy of a dynasty, click on their dynasty coat of arms. Level of splendor insignificant. Wait, why am I... House. How do I view that? Dynasty Legacy? Maybe I just don't have one. Yet. Or... Okay, actually, maybe never mind. Maybe it's this menu. Okay, I need to get rid of this and move this out of the way. Oh, these are the legacy. Okay, okay. Okay, back to the article. Because we're on 404. Next, you will use the SDK's command line tool to create a new project from the console template with the following command. .NET new console. The .NET tool is the .NET SDK. And it is a starting point for running many programming related tasks. The new option is used to make new projects from templates. Oh, so this is for new console application, I see. The console part indicates that we want to make a new console app, or that we want to use the template named console. There are many other templates that exist that can be used in other situations. Okay, I'm pasting this too. Alright, inspecting the creation. You may find it interesting when you use a template for the first time to look around and see what got created. For example, I use the ones command, ls command, to view the directory and saw the following. I thought that was 1, but it was L. Interesting. Program.cs is our initial C# source code file, which we'll soon be editing. Hello World.cs project contains our project's configuration. Oh. I see, it's listing, when you do ls, it's like listing those files. Or listing like the stuff inside the folder.
Brennan94 says console
yeah, listing whatever's in the
make.
folder. It makes sense, ls list.
I made a little tic-tac-toe game before in it.
Nice. It is kind of cool when people, like, there are some, like, kind of really cool things people can make in a console. Those are cool. Okay, what was I, the object folder is called the object folder, and when our program is compiled, the compiler will put lots of stuff in there. Oh, interesting. As well as create other directories. But that's what the object thing folder. I actually had no. I didn't even know what that was. For I just knew like stuff happened inside of it, and it was weird, but that makes sense. It's cool. This is actually a really good tutorial. Like, not only am I reviewing stuff, I'm learning a few new things like that I just didn't know, like theoretically, for what stuff is. Alright, back to game. Understand. Marriage. To ensure the future of your dynasty, you need family members. Getting married is a good start. We cannot promise that you will marry for love. Okay. Click on your character. Let's get married. For unmarried characters in your domain, you can set up marriages or betrothals.
Brennan94 says I have a thick book about C.
What book is it? What book? I always want to know like what things people are reading. I adore books. I do. I don't care how digital the world becomes, or if we're all avatars in a digital world. I will always love books. Books, just the feel of. Just books are great. Well, even digital books, real books,
Brennan
digital books.
94
Books are
says
amazing.
gonna check what it's called.
Love books. Books were our entertainment before. For literally forever too. You know, before the age of any technology. It was all books. All knowledge was stored in books. Books are everything. For unmarried characters in your domain,
Brennan94 says it's called CLR via C.
Choosing fine spouse or arranged marriage.
Brennan94 says it goes through absolutely everything from the ground up.
Whoa, okay. That's awesome. CLR via C#. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna copy that and save it. That's awesome. And you said it's a big book too, so then it's probably one of those like Bible that this tells you just everything.
Sombrax14 says that's true.
CLR
I never thought about that.
via C#. Thank you. 4th edition. By the way, how have you been, Sombra? What's the difference between betrothal? A betrothal is a promise of a future marriage. It can be made when either party is not yet an adult, or when a grand wedding is once. I see. The two options behave differently, so let's go through them both. Right-click on your own character, select Find Spouse. Choosing a spouse. Choosing Find Spouse opens a list of potential spouses that hail from courts all over the world. Courts. Every ruler has a court consisting of various unlanded characters who serve their liege. Usually these courtiers consist the ruler. It should be consist of the ruler's family. Okay, this is the second typo I've seen, and I'm not even that far into the tutorial. People not edit their stuff. See, if I make a game, I'm gonna play my game
like
so much
pages,
there won't be a
like
single typo
exactly
anywhere in the
see.
game. I'm gonna regret saying that probably, but oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been here and there and everywhere, but okay, overall, book is like 800 pages. Full man, exactly how C# and .NET work. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, very tough to read. It has a lot. I see. So they're targeting, yeah, like professionals. Like it's more for someone who already has experience in C#, and then gives you like all the really like the big technical details, I suppose. But it was still useful, at least in the future.
Brennan94 says, yet it's more for someone that wants to dig deeper.
But I'm happy because I have a decent amount of like beginner titles. So like maybe one day in the future, like I'll be able to go through something more advanced, and then now I already have a resource for that lined up ahead of time. Usually these courtiers consist of the ruler's family and a mix of unrelated but potentially useful nobles and commoners. Choosing arranged marriage also opens a list of potential spouses, but only with people from the court of the character you click. Oh. Your own character is visible on the left because the marriage needs your approval. Whoever is the liege of the other spouse will appear on the right side, as the union will need their approval as well. Arranged marriage can be useful for matchmaking between your courtiers, or for setting up a specific marriage alliance. For now, finding spouse is more relevant for our purposes. There are many factors to consider when choosing a spouse. To help you out, there's a filter function, highlight it, available to pare down the list of candidates. Aspects to consider include potential alliances, skills, personality traits, expected fertility, and more. Some traits are congenital, meaning they might be inherited by your children. Perhaps someone with a trait like that is a good place to start. You can change your selection by clicking the Clear Characters button in between the characters.
Brennan94 says, I'm currently instead reading a book called The Tour of C that's made by the guy who created C. It's way more digestible, funnily enough, but the guy who made it is quite a likable guy and makes it interesting.
Oh, cool! sounds familiar. I think I might have heard of that before. But it's so vague, like I barely remember at all. But it's cool the guy is like... But yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar. But he's like actually like a cool guy. Okay, I put that... I copy and pasted the title of that book too. So I always want to know what people are reading. Maybe one day I will, supposing, as long as I live long enough, I'll get to read all the programming books.
Brennan94 says he looks like the scientist from Back to the Future.
He does? Oh. You know what? It works, because he, think about the impact this man has had by bringing C++ to life. He basically is, like... It's very appropriate. He looks like a scientist. Change your selection by clicking the clear characters button in between the characters you're selecting. You're setting up to get married. Nothing will happen until you click send proposal. Okay, first of all... Oh wait, you know what? Maybe there is no clear characters button because I haven't selected my second... Oh, never mind that. I see it now. Okay. Alright, let's find someone to marry. Age difference filter? Oh my god. Sexuality? Wow. I get the feeling like... Is that something that wouldn't even be considered way back in the day? Thanks. Okay. I think it's to try to... Yeah, let's try to find something in something Wait, no. Hereditable, not inheritable. Wait a second. This should say hereditable, not inheritable. Only show characters with at least one good inheritable trait. I guess it means, like, bad trait inheritable, but it's like... The wording in that, that's, like, unclear, the title, if that's what they meant. Anyway. Alright. Okay, that's too many options. We need to filter more. I don't want to read through all that.
Brennan94 says time for me to go to bed sadly. It's 3:16 a.m. here XD.
Thank you so much. Thanks for helping me out, write it on, and explaining all that. I mean, I really appreciate it. What a great way to, like, get back into the swing of things. Yeah, the thing that I was going through that I was reading, it has like a bunch of like little projects and little
Brennan94 says no worries.
Exercises and stuff. I'm gonna go through them all because I think it would be. I like what I've read so far. It seems like the person, like, they know what they're talking about. So, and it's very user friendly. So I think I'll just go through it all, and that'll be a good, like, review. Yeah, thanks again, Rainbow.
Brennan94 says yeah, that sounds awesome.
But yeah, I look forward to, like, playing some Crusader Kings with you sometime in the future. Hopefully by the time we see each other. I mean, well, I'm planning on finishing the tutorial tonight because I need to get this done. So as long as nothing interferes, but next time you see me, I'll already be done. I'll already know how to play this game, you know? Yeah. So we could play it sometime in the future. But Tiny. I hope you have a good sleep.
Reddit94 says I may need to do the tutorial again.
Oh. Don't worry, because I can always... Oh, I did not mean to close the window. I can always... Oh yeah, the tutorial... And this is actually really good, now that I think about it. But, you know, even if you don't... Like, I'll be a master of this game, so I can answer any question you have and show you everything you need to know. Yeah. Once I learn what all this stuff is.
Renaton94 says sounds good LUL.
But yeah, sweet dreams. Oh, let's see prestige.
Renaton94 says alrighty nighty night.
Good night. Night night. Marriage prestige gain. Okay, it was none. That's cool. That's great. Not lowborn. Why can't I do both not lowborn and not GK? Well, I want it to be a different dynasty because I think that'd be more fun. Ooh, she's a ruler. That would be real good. Oh yeah, I want her. I don't even know what her traits are, but I want her. Calm, diligent, chaste. So she's like a PR maiden. She's pretty too. So that means it's hereditable. This trait's congenital. So my child will be pretty. And Catholic and Anglo-Saxon. And what's this? She's House 1 Shell. She's the only member of her house. Well, let's change that. I know this is just the tutorial, but I already like this save. I kind of want to stick with it. Countess Gifu the Fair. Bedford. Get an alliance, Earldom of Bedford. Wait, why do I get a Earldom County Town? Wait, I don't understand the difference. So Earl is the same thing as Count and Countess? It's this, it must be this. Alright. Devin proposed marriage. Chance of children low? Why? I guess we could just like keep trying over and over again, technically. I wonder why though. I mean, I'm still gonna go with her, but still. Alright. I can't see any like traits listed out, but I mean there must be some like hidden like fertility score each character has or something. We'll accept plus 23. Oh, that's nothing. When you have selected 2 characters for your marriage, you're presented with the details of the union, along with additional options such as having... Well, the marriage being matrilineal. If you're happy with the marriage, go ahead and send an offer. This action usually takes a few days, but we'll make it instant for the tutorial. Get married. Select a spouse for your character and click Send Proposal to suggest the union. To the benevolent petty king Murchad of Munster. Ah, yeah, Gifu. What's Bull Hunter? Builder? Vassal stance. Oh, okay. Countess Gifu will act towards you and others according to her. Yeah. She's 41 years old. Oh, I know why! We have a low chance of children because she's old. That's it. It's okay. I have an error already, but I mean, yeah, whatever. She seems like she'd be a good wife anyway. A pity king return a monster. I will gladly accept your hand in marriage. May we find strength and support in our union, my charming husband. Fine conversation. Bedford. It's cool. She called me charming. Excellent. May you live long and happily together. You may have noticed the toast message at the top of the screen. I didn't notice. Toast messages deliver quick-fire information that is relevant to you or your character. Marriages are also usually accompanied by an event, as your potential spouse's liege accepts or rejects your offer with a letter. There are different kinds of events, and they are critical to shaping your destiny, so keep an eye out for them. For this tutorial, we recommend that you use Find Spouse for your son as well. As soon as your son is married, he can start producing members of your family. He'll just start producing all by himself? It's amazing. And heirs to your titles, who are of your dynasty. Oh, okay. Catholic Irish. Was she? Let's go. Oh, Catholic, also Anglo-Saxon. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the article I was reading. Adding the project to Visual Studio Code. After the previous terminal commands, the project exists on our file system. But Visual Studio Code doesn't know anything about it yet. You must add it to a workspace for it to show up. Oh my god, I think I remember this, where I made a project and then I couldn't, do anything with it because it wasn't in a freaking workspace or whatever. That was annoying. The Explorer window on the left shows our current workspace, which starts empty.
Kenib_JP says strategy game, oh my dog.
It is Crusader King, where we conquer all of Europe and spread our descendants everywhere.
Kenib_JP says hello.
Hello. Hi. Where is Sandy Waku Waku? I'm just kidding. It's fine. It's okay. I forgive you. Anyway. I'm reading an article at the same time. I'm going back and forth between a game and then productive things. Editors. Hit the open folder button to add the newly created project to your workspace. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna copy and paste this because I'm taking notes. Okay. Installing the C# extension. Visual Studio Code is bare bones at installation time. Indeed. Cannot even work with C# projects very well, and you will need to install an extension. Luckily, Visual Studio Code is smart enough to recognize that you're working with a C# program and that the C# extension would be helpful. After adding the project to the workspace, you will see the following notification appear in the bottom right of Visual Studio Code's window. Required assets to build and debug are missing from Hello World. Add them. Press the yes button on that to install it. The other way to install extensions is by going to View, Extensions, or by pressing Ctrl-Shift-X. Search for C#, and you will find it at the top of the list. Okay, I'm copy pasting this too. Ctrl-Shift-X. Okay. This view is also visible in the icon bar on the left edge of Visual Studio Code.
Kenib_JP says seems difficult Z.
Yeah. But you know what? I did this in the past. Okay, it was really difficult, I'll be honest. But I am just reviewing, so some of this is already familiar. So that's really nice. A lot of this is review, but that's okay. I haven't coded in a very long time, so I want to get back up to speed again. And take it easy. This view is also visible in the, oh yeah, sure that. It is the item that looks like 4 boxes with the top right separated from the rest. Once you are done changing extensions, you can get back to the Explorer view by clicking on the top icon, which looks like 2 overlaid sheets of paper. See? Okay, back to Crusader Kings. So I just got married to Countess Iagifu the Fair of Bedford. Okay. Dynasty and House. 9 titles. Number 9. Family is important. The player heir will always come from your dynasty, and most often from your house. See, in the future, it won't hurt to keep an eye on your family and their line of succession. Depending on their succession laws, you might end up inheriting titles, along with land and vassals from your relatives. Not everyone in your...
JP says political marriage.
Yeah. This game is just, yeah, it's just like a ton of like political marriages, alliances, passing on your reign, splitting the land among your children, drama, war. Not everyone in your dynasty will be landowners, but every plot of land on the map has an owner.
Kenib_JP says no love not like this.
And you know what? I'm lucky, Kenny. This game, no love here, except the love of land and money and fame. But you know, this game has no Japanese translation, because if it did, I would be playing it in Japanese and it would take forever. Because this tutorial in English takes 2 hours if you're going fast. I'm not going fast, but if you go like fast, it's a really long tutorial. So thank God this game doesn't have Japanese, because the English is actually, some of it's not super easy either, because it's a bunch of like politic words and kingdoms and all that stuff. It would be so hard if it had Japanese. It'd be So hard. Sometimes the owner is you. I see. Sometimes it's one of your vassals, and sometimes it's another realm entirely, many of whom also have or are vassals. Most titles belong in a pyramid-like hierarchy according to their title tier. Okay, so at the bottom, barony, ruled by a baron or baroness. County, ruled by a count or countess. Duchy, ruled by a duke or duchess. Kingdom, ruled by a king or queen. Empire, ruled by an empire or empress. Emperor.
Denib_JP says you're lucky there isn't a Japanese version.
I am lucky. I was so lucky because it would take me 10 years, 30 years if it had a Japanese version. Imagine. I don't even want to think about it. This game would be so hard. God. Every title is legally part of a title one tier up the chain. For example, each county is thus part of a duchy. Note, there are many dynamic names for these titles. Your current ruler is in charge of a petty kingdom, which corresponds to the duchy tier. Oh, dynamic names. That's why they were calling the county. They were calling it. Okay, well, what were they calling it? They were calling it something else. I'm trying to remember. Oh, God. Earl. They were calling it Earl, and I was like, what the hell? I thought it was called County, Countess. But it's because the names can sometimes change, but they're still the same thing. Petty kingdom is duchy. Also, this tutorial is actually pretty damn good. We say legally because as Crusader Kings 3 lets you play with history, there is no way to guarantee that a king is actually in control.
So that's the origin of the word county?
Yeah. I didn't know that either. That is. This game, I learned it from this game too. So yeah, county, countess, and count. I did not know that, but that isn't that, it makes sense though. Like county, count, countess, duchy, duke, duchess. Like it makes sense. See, we both learned something new. We say legally because as Crusader Kings 3 lets you play with history, there is no way to guarantee that a king is actually in control of all the titles that his kingdom is supposed to contain within its borders. We call this title hierarchy de jure, and if the structure has been broken, it is often possible to declare war over errant territories. If you switch to the Duchy titles map mode, you can see that as the ruler of the Duchy of Munster, the County of Desmond should legally be part of your realm. Okay, so I just switch. Oh wait. Well, no, I'll complete it. So here's the duchy title. So I'm in Rome right now. This is my kingdom. Oh, I should. Excellent. Get out of the way. Right. Show duchy titles and the de jure lands on the map. Okay. Duchy. Petty Kingdom of Munster. County holder you. Yeah, so I rule Munster, yeah. So then the county, County of Desmond. Where's Desmond? Wait, they all say Munster.
Kenib_JP says, do you have any famous historical ancestors?
No. Not that I know of. Do you? Are you related to any famous shoguns or anything, Kenny? What is with these weird game sounds? Oh my god. Wait, so this pagan monster. Oh wait, so this is the wait. Duchy of Maith, Duchy of Leinster, Duchy of. So this is for a monster too? Oh wait, this is Desmond right here that I'm hovering over. See that as the ruler of the Duchy of Munster, the county of Desmond should legally be part of Iran.
Kenib_JP says my ancestors were a poor farmer who was chased by a famous warlord. Z.
Whoa. That's crazy. Why did he chase them? Interesting. So it seems like even though I have the duchy as my title, and I should control this land, technically. Legally I control this land, but in reality someone else is controlling this land, which is crazy. I don't know why though, but okay. Return to realm mode. That's where things kind of get confusing. Like, how does that system work? Like, how can I own the whole kingdom, but in reality, like, someone else is controlling part of it? Like,
Kenib_JP says perhaps they belong to a rebellious Buddhist sect.
Oh yeah, you're right. So maybe even though, yeah, this is technically legally my country, these ones were like someone rebelled here or took over, but they didn't take my title, but they're still controlling the land. Politics is weird. Yeah, I'm going back for a second to the article I was reading. Because I gotta, you know. Gotta not neglect programming and stuff. Okay, editing code. In the Explorer view, you can double click on a file to open it in the main editor view. Okay. Our programs will start in program.cs, but in time we will add other files to the list. Okay. Okay, running and debugging your code. You can run your program by going to Run, Start Debugging,
Kenib_JP says the Middle Ages in every country were cruel.
That's true. True. And the life expectancy wasn't very long. But at least they didn't have to worry about social media and tax. Well, yeah, no, never mind. Not that taxes existed everywhere. But they didn't have to worry about, I don't know, just all the modern day problems. Yes. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait, I thought you were talking about the game. You were saying your family, the poor farmer, they might have belonged to a rebellious Buddhist sect. I see
Kenneth
now.
_JP says true.
That's interesting. Well, it's good that they survived and were able to, you know, survive long enough so that you could exist. That I think. By going to Run, start debugging on the menu or pressing F5. Then pick the .NET Core environment from the list that appears. I see. You will only have to pick this
JP
once.
says yeah.
You only have to pick this once. But doing so will cause a launch.json and a task.json file to show up in a VS Code folder in your workspace. This will compile and run your program. If your code is broken when you attempt to run it, you will see a list of items show up in the problems window instead of launching. Do they mean... Oh, there is a window called problems, never mind. You will need to figure out what each of the items in that list means and fix them before the program can run. So the book provides some pointers on how to approach solving compiler errors towards the back. But if all goes well, and it should if you haven't edited the code after creating it from the template, you will see your program run with the output displayed in the debug console window. Okay, nice. I'm gonna copy this for notes. You know, I was gonna try to use an online code editor for most of the practice problems, but now that I'm reviewing all this, I really should make an attempt to use VS Code more. Otherwise, I'll forget how to use it.
Kenneth _JP says become the ruler of Middle-earth. Sauron Kappa.
Not just Middle-earth. I want everything. Remember, Kenny, I have to dominate all of Asia also. The world must be mine. Okay, back to Crusader Kings. Oh, I wonder how long. Wait, is it too much? Probably gonna be real long. I don't even think I'm close to finishing it, to be honest. I understand your holdings. Holdings. The de jure title of Munster consists of 4 counties. Their names should be visible on the map. Thomond and Ennis held by you. Desmond held by a neighboring ruler. And Ormond held by your vassal. Oh yeah, Ormond? I see it. Thomond. Ennis. That's Desmond, okay. These counties are made up of smaller pieces of land. Baronies, the individual holdings of a realm. Holdings represent settlements in your land. Holdings provide different levels of taxes and levies as well as buildings that you can construct and upgrade, depending on the holding type. We suggest you start by upgrading the bastions and curtain walls. Wait, is it? Okay, I'm gonna Google bastion. I think bastion means like a fortified wall. I think. Bastion. Okay, it has multiple meanings though. A projecting part of a fortification. I'm gonna look at the first definition. Bastion at each of the fortified corners. A fortified area or position. Okay. I mean, so basically, yeah. It's just upgrading bastions and curtain walls. Curtain? Now I'm looking over that. Like, why are they calling it a curtain? I'm gonna go curtain castle. Because maybe this is like a... Oh, a curtain wall? I've never heard of this. This is like a real term. A curtain wall is a defensive wall between fortified towers or bastions of a castle, fortress, or town. Hey, I had no idea. Click on your capital holding Luminage. Select bastions and curtain walls among its buildings and upgrade the structure. Okay. So this is Luminage. See? So we have a castle called the Mon. Wait, oh, that's the name of the county. Wait, no, it's called Luminage. Oh, wait. I see. But the county's the Mon. Which is the castle named after. So upgrading... What are we doing? Bastions? Oh, bastions and curtain walls. Ooh, nice. George Bailey. Oh wait, this is a new term too, actually. Wait, what is this one? The first step for any respective fortification is the erection of bastions and curtain walls. They do a decent job of keeping enemies and riding peasants at bay. Bailey. The Bailey is the most defensible place in which to store critical supplies to survive a siege, weapons, armors, and pickled boar's heads. I want to see a picture of this, because I don't know a lot of medieval castle terms. I just want to see what a Bailey looks like, so I can visualize it, I guess. Oh, okay. Oh, what the heck? It's like a bailey is a level courtyard surrounded by a wall that is part of a medieval European castle. Okay. Heavy cavalry damage plus 12. Cool. Garrison plus 300. What's that? Discounting supply limit plus 300. Wait, I'm gonna Google that too. Garrison. I think that just means defense, or... Oh, wait. Oh, the troops stationed in a fortress or town to defend it. Oh. 300 defenders. Okay. Well done. It will take some time for the building to be ready, though. Luminich wasn't built in a day. Feel free to close the walls and towers construction window. Once your construction is completed, you will receive the benefits of the building or upgrade you chose. Every holding provides taxes to their holder. If that holder is a vassal, they will in turn pay taxes to the liege. Taxes are your main source of gold income. So I'm getting 2.56 gold. Per, I don't know what, month, year? I don't know. Oh, taxes per month. 2.56 per month. Obligations can affect how high or low these taxes are. Being at war can affect the level of control on a county, which in turn affects taxes. Okay, I understand. I'm gonna go back to the article. But how long have you been streaming for? I mean, I've been playing the entire time. Oh, it's about 2 hours 48 minutes. I hope I'm at least halfway through the tutorial. Like, I honestly pray, because if I'm only like 10% of the tutorial, like, we're in trouble. Okay, running with the terminal to get user input. Somewhat awkwardly, the default option for running your program using the internal console does not allow the user to type in text in Visual Studio Code. Oh, yeah. Most programs that we will create require being able to get this input from the user. This limitation is going to be a problem until we fix it. That is a problem. Visual Studio Code has 3 options for a console. The default option is to use the internal console, which is what shows up in the debug console window. If we reconfigure our program to run under one of the other 2 options, we will be able to get input from the user. This is configured inside of the launch.json file, so start by clicking on that file in the Explorer to open it in the editor. In that file, you should see a line that looks like this on about line 15, console, internal console. You can change that internal console part to be either integrated terminal or external terminal. If you use integrated terminal, then the output of your program will show up in the terminal window instead of the debug console window. But it will also accept input. If you use external terminal, then when your program runs, it will open up a new window outside of Visual Studio Code. This last version is perhaps the most like how the full Visual Studio runs your program, but either of the 2 will work. Interesting. Dang it, now I kind of want to try this. Well, there'll be time to later. I didn't even realize their built-in terminal can't take user input. I didn't realize that at all. Oh wait, I think I know what it means. There's just a I didn't realize there's a terminal next to the debug console. Okay, back to Crusader Kings, because boy do I want to finish this, be able to finish the tutorial. Taxation. Oh wait, I read that. Understand. Vassals. As a ruler, you are likely to be the liege of at least one vassal. These are rulers who have sworn fealty to you and are thus part of your realm. Okay, I'm gonna Google fealty. I mean, from context, I get that it probably means like loyalty, that kind of thing. It's a historical term. A feudal tenant's or vassal's sworn loyalty to a lord. So it does mean loyalty, but in a feudal sense. Vassals supply you with gold, taxes, and soldiers' levies. It is possible to both be a liege and a vassal at once. Open the realm view on the right side of the screen, highlight it. Inspect the vassals tab. Oh, I already have realm view open though. Oh wait. This still is one way, but they meant this realm, like the realm menu. Here is a list of your current vassals, along with some additional information about them. Oh, I cannot pronounce it. Earl Ragushin. Jeez. At the top of the list is the ruler of Ormond. Yeah. Whose land you can see on the map. Yeah. This is an earldom, a county tier title, inside your realm. Come here for an overview of things such as your vassal's current opinion of you. Whether they are considered a powerful vassal or not, and the levels of taxes and levies they are currently providing you with. So he's a powerful vassal. Nice. Oh, good one. You're a marshal. Vassal and knight. So, opinion of me. Oh, his opinion looks bad.
Sombrax 14 says,
oh wait, no,
I'm
that's not
going to
opinion.
sleep.
That's like what he's,
Goodbye, Gold
how much
PLZ.
he's contributed to me. Oh, good night, Sombra. Diplomacy, martial. Oh, this is his skills. Okay, where's his? Oh, his opinion's right on the side. His opinion's minus 19. That's sinful. It's worthwhile keeping your vassals happy. This keeps them out of schemes and factions against you. Oh, yeah, because they could, like, murder me and stuff. No matter how mighty a ruler your character is, if your realm unites against you, either to depose you through war...
Of me says 07.
Oh, I guess depose probably means me. Remove from power. Oh yeah, that's what it does mean. No matter oh yeah, depose war. As to depose you through war, or just to murder you while you sleep. Your reign is bound to be cut short. Some of your vassals might serve on your council, making their opinion extra important, as they will be trusted with counselor tasks. There is a limit to how many vassals you can comfortably be in charge of before your realm becomes unwieldy. Going beyond this vassal limit affects taxes and levies provided to you. This doesn't matter for the tutorial, but when you start to build your own kingdom, be mindful of growing too fast. If you end up exceeding your vassal limit, you can grant lower tier titles to your vassals. Sometimes you could even create new high tier titles to consolidate your power in a region and strengthen your hold over the lower titles de jure subservient to your new title. How does this, I'm trying to understand, like, how does this solve the problem? Because how would that lower the vassal limit in the end? Because they're still below me, so they're still my vassal, I think. Let's hover. Direct vassals you can legally have, excluding barony tiered vassals. I don't think about this. Oh wait, actually, I get it. Because if you transfer a lower title, then the other lower, even lower vassals that were paying you have to pay them, so they get funneled into one spot that funnels into you. So you can, like, consolidate 3 into, like, 1, for instance. Then that goes to you. I think we'll think about that, though. But let me keep reading the article, and then I'll come back to the game. Other differences. As you go through this tutorial, you'll find ways that Visual Studio Code and full Visual Studio are not quite the same. Most of the basics are the same or similar enough for you to find your way without too much trouble. But they are different programs, and that leads to differences in capabilities and behavior. You will need to rely more often on your command line skills to get certain things done, and you will often rely on the .NET tool to help you do certain activities, like we saw here, creating new projects. If you do encounter some other big difference that doesn't have a clear path forward, let me know so I can add it to this article or another article. Okay. What else did you look for? Understand. Realm and domain. I'm almost tempted to Google how many parts of the tutorial are there. But I don't, I kind of, damn it. But I'll be so sad if I'm only like 1% of the way through. Your realm is the complete body of land and titles that you control, including the areas held by your vassals. Right now, for you, this means the counties called earldoms, due to your Irish culture. That's what they called earldoms. Of Ennis, Thomond, and Ormond. When domain is used, we are instead referring to the land that you own personally, without vassals. Ennis, Thomond. Some things that happen will only affect your domain, Ennis and Thomond, while other things will impact your entire home, the duchy, or petty kingdom of Munster. Note that there is a limit to how much land you can hold personally before you start incurring penalties, the domain limit cap. When you go above your domain limit, it can be a good idea to use the grant title interaction on characters you're friendly with, making them your vassals. As you have no spare titles to give away, you cannot currently do this, but you would otherwise find it in the character menu, visible when right-clicking on a character. Okay, see? Time to read a paragraph from the coding stuff. Hello world, your first program. Pretty easy. Summary. New projects usually begin life by being generated from a template. C# program starts running in the program's entry point or main method. A full Hello World program looks like this. Console.writeline Hello World, of course. Statements are single commands for the computer to perform. They run one after the next. Expressions allow you to define a value that is computed as the program runs from other elements. Variables let you store data for use later. Console.readline retrieves a full line of text that a user types in the console window. trying to think about when it says as the program runs from other elements. Like, what is that? From other elements. I guess it just means like I get it. Because all the pieces working together and, you know. Yeah. Our adventure begins in earnest in this level as we make our first real programs in C#. Knowing the basics of the language, we'll start with a simple program called Hello World. Classic first program to write in any new language. It is the smallest meaningful program we could make. It gives us a glimpse of what the language looks like and verifies that our IDE is installed and working. Hello World is the traditional first program to make, and beginning anywhere else would make the programming gods mad. We don't want that. Of course. Creating a... Yeah. But I'm gonna go back to the game. Because I really want to finish this story. Oh my god. Council. Managing a realm is a lot of work. As a ruler, you have the help of your council. These can be either vassals or members of your court. And they act as your trusted advisors. Okay, so equipment's on there. It's not commerce. There's a council position corresponding to each skill, and married rulers will also have their spouse assisting them. In the council view. Counselors can be set to work, and they all do different things. You can change a counselor's task by clicking on the button near their portrait in the council view. Being a counselor is a prestigious position. Powerful vassals expect to be appointed and will be unhappy if left out. That's a vast opinion. Oh. Great claim. Unpressed claim. Unpressed claims are legally tenuous and are not inherited by trying to reclaim it. See? Press if use this by declare war even if the war ends. White peace. White peace is one of 3 possible peace offers. Sometimes both sides will agree that the war is no longer worth pursuing. With a white peace, the attacker typically still loses some piety or prestige, but far less than with a humiliating defeat. Okay. Go. C# project, creating a new project. C# project is a combination of 2 things. First is your C# source code, instructions you write in C# for the computer to run. Second is configuration, instructions you give to the computer to help it know how to compile or translate C# code into the binary instructions the computer can run. Both of these live in simple text files on your computer. C# source code files use the .cs extension. Project configuration uses the .cs project extension. Because these are both simple text files, we could handcraft them ourselves if needed. But most C# programs are started by being generated from one of several templates. Templates are standard starting points. They help you get the configuration right for specific project types and give you some starting code. We will use a template to create our projects. You may be tempted to skip over this section, assuming you can just figure it out. Don't. There's several pitfalls here, so don't skip this section. Start Visual Studio Code so you can see the launch screen below. Okay, I'm going back to the game. Schemes. You know what? Since they're going through each part of the menu, I guess we could say we went through this, and this, but we didn't go through this. We didn't go through I think they're gonna have us go through every icon, so I estimate I'm halfway through or less than halfway through, which is actually pretty bad. Damn, it's so long. Schemes. Oh yeah. Schemes are long-term goals aimed at another character. They can have hostile goals like trying to murder or abduct your target, or be more wholesome, such as the befriend scheme. Cute. Open the intrigue view, highlight it. That's intrigue. Okay, so schemes. I expect the schemes tab should be open by default. A good time to use scheme might be when you find the line of succession to not be as clear-cut and favorable as you'd like. One way to get ahead is to simply remove the competition quietly with no witnesses. A murder attempt comes with a risk of discovery. If your attempt goes awry, it will make your character unpopular, especially with your intended target. Oh, go figure. This way scheme. I was gonna say this is probably interesting. Is made for increasing the opinion someone has of your character. Let's try it. Open the council view, highlight it. Okay. Right click on your court chaplain, your bishop. And choose sway scheme. So chaplain, just like a religious ruler? Suppose? Member of the clergy attached to a private chapel institution. Okay. One scheme to sway Thomas Johansson. So. Excellent. Once set in motion, your scheme will slowly progress over time. The time before a conclusion is reached varies based on the scheme's success chance, which can be affected by relevant skills. In this case, it is affected by your diplomacy. If you're unhappy with your scheme, you can always cancel it by clicking the Abandon Scheme button next to the scheme. The Intrigue view, edit, inspect the Schemes tab. It should be open by default. Sometimes schemes can give rise to secrets. If you catch someone trying to commit murder, it's probably in their best interest to make sure you keep it quiet. You can also blackmail them to gain a hook. Hooks represent a favor you can call in, or a hold you have over a particular character, letting you encourage or force them to do your bidding. As you play, you'll find many different ways to gain and use hooks. Experiment with them. Let's pretend you have managed to get a hook on one of your vassals. This weak hook can be used for a number of things. For example, you can increase the obligations set by the vassal contract you have with a feudal vassal. To access the menu for changing your vassal contract, go to your vassal list in the realm view, or right-click this portrait to choose Modify Vassal Contract. You may notice that some interactions are not immediately visible. When you have many interactions available, the Character Interactions menu only displays the most common ones. Display missing interactions, click the More button in a category. Okay. Let me read another paragraph. Click on the Create a New Project button in the bottom right. This advances you to the Create a New Project page. There are many templates to choose from, and your list might not exactly match what you see above. Choose a C# template called Console Application. Warning. For the C# project called Console Application, ensure you aren't getting the Visual Basic one. Check the tags below the description. Also make sure you aren't getting the Console Application.NET Framework one, which is an older template. If you don't see this template, rerun the installer and add the right workload. You'll always use this console application template in this tutorial, but you will use other templates as you progress in the C# world. For choosing the C# console application template, press the Next button to advance to a page that lets you enter your new program's details. Get back to the game. War. What is it good for? War is an essential part of Crusader Kings 3. There are many concepts to cover, but for now, let's touch briefly on some of them. The rest and the details we will let you discover as you start playing. The most important events in any war are the battles, which are fought by armies. Most of your soldiers will come from levies. You can expand your army by employing men-at-arms. If things get really tough, you can also hire mercenaries provided you have the gold. military review. Most important events in any way. I just read that already. Good. Soldiers. So these must be my levies. Oh wait, levies. Yeah. Decent boy. When a war starts, you can raise your armies with a single click of the big red Raise All Armies button that will appear together with the war score icon to the lower right of your screen. Oh wait, there's Raise All Armies to see. So armies. Lower right of my screen. Where's my war score? I mean this number, I think. But it says to lower right. I don't see anything lower right. Oh yeah, my screen is kind of hot. Oh no. You can of course raise armies from this military view as well. Oh, it means if I click on it, yeah. War score icon at the bottom right of your screen. I think they mean this number, 416. Wait, no. That's my levies there. When a war is over, you have to Spanish soldiers before starting another war. At these points are mustering grounds for the levies and men-at-arms in your command. This is where they will appear and call the war. There's a raise all. Wait, why are there so many raise all buttons? It's confusing. Single click the red raise all armies button. What's that? Big red. What says raise all here, actually? Oh, you know what? What am I? Oh, wait, no. I'm gonna say, what if this was my war score? But that's my scheme percent chance thing. I mean, is it because I'm not at war that I don't see a war score? Ugh. Just Google it. War score. kind of want to finish the tutorial if I can, because I am kind of tired. Ugh. So I guess I just don't get a war score yet, because I'm not in a war. I have to be in a war for some amount of time or something. Let's see. I'm looking at a picture online of someone else's game. Well, I think it's just total soldiers, is it? I don't see a war score here either. What is war? What the hell is war score? Maybe what they mean is the that bar when you're fighting. Look at some more pictures. This part's not explained very well, I think. I think it doesn't even show up right now, honestly. Just because I'm not in a war, so can't see what it's talking about. To start a war, you'll need a legitimate reason. A casus belli against another ruler. There are various ways to obtain a casus belli. You might have to deed your titles and make you the rightful liege of your target. You might inherit claims, or you could pursue holy wars against nearby infidels. I guess an infidel is someone who doesn't believe, in that religion. Although these are the most common, there are dozens of different types of casus belli for you to discover and use as you play. The easiest and most straightforward way to acquire claims is to use fabricate claim on county. This is something your court chaplain sees to through one of his counselor tasks. Let's see. Okay. Even though I would normally go, oh, that's cool. I didn't know I could rotate like to a view like this. Nice. This is a cool looking view. Get back up here. Oh wow, and I can rotate like this too. Yeah, even though I was going back and forth between the programming stuff, I want to see if I can, because this is a really long tutorial. I'm just gonna try to power through the tutorial. so I can get it done faster. And then maybe I'll end with this, like, reading another paragraph or two. Programming stuff. Yeah. Almost there. I'm pausing. Soon we'll let you unpause the game. There are just a few things to go over first. I'm not even allowed to unpause the game yet, so that's... seems pretty bad. Like... I wonder if I'm not even close to finishing short. Firstly, it's important to know that there are 5 different speeds available for you to play at. Press keys 1 to 5. Easily switch between them. And you will be able to pause or change the pace whenever you want. Secondly, for certain important events, the game will auto-pause for you. There's nothing wrong with playing at lower speeds, increasing the speed when things are quiet, or slowing it down when you go to war. Generally, we recommend you pause the game when inspecting menus, or when you're faced with tough decisions. Start the ticking of time. Unpause the game using the spacebar by clicking the play button in the lower right corner. This will let days, months, and years go by. Armies instructed to march will move. Events will occur on screen. Letters will be sent, and characters will age. Find a speed that's comfortable for you. You can always change it later. What now? Now, as a first task, let's remind your neighbor, the Earl of Desmond, who his rightful liege truly is. If it happens to expand your realm, then so be it. Using the character... Let's see. If a vassal is not under the rightful liege, they will contribute those taxes and levies. That's something an opinion penalty. Present liege. From the higher tier title, the same as you. Doesn't listen penalty. Do they put? Such as dukes of the Persian empires. You're hired to be directly vassalized to their empire, which still contribute fully exactly as if the emperor had the de jure kingdom title. Oh, that's confusing. Well, I can look at the examples. The Count of Dunbar is a direct vassal of King of England. He's the Duke of Buckingham, King of Scotland, or Emperor. Britannia, the Count of Dunbar only contributes a tiny amount of their taxes and levies. Norfolk is also direct vassal to King of England. He does not hold the Duchy of East Anglia, so the Count also contributes huge taxes and levies. However, because the England is the de jure kingdom of Norfolk, the Count of Norfolk still contributes significantly more tax. That is the king. The Count of Dunbar does. I see. Declare war on Earl Desmond. Wait a second, now I think about it. Aren't these both duchies? No, actually this is the king. It is a duchy. Oh, I see. It's like if I steal his title, or if I take his land under my title. Prestige. Declared war. But now as a first task, let's remind your neighbor, the Earl of Desmond, who rightfully truly is. That happens to explain what? I already. Oh, damn it. You are now engaged in war. Next, you should rally your armies. Oh no, I see it. button has appeared at the bottom of your screen to help you, but you can also do this from your military view. Oh, there's my war score. Jefferson. Button has appeared. Oh yeah. Military view. Wherever your rally point is, in this case, the Mons. That's where your army will gather and await your orders. No, you have to unpause the game, press the spacebar for army to gather more than a handful of men. Leave it for a few days and the army will be at full strength. Raid your armies. Army movement. To move your army, click on the army on the map. And right click on the area you want them to go. Perhaps the enemy capital, Barony. You order your army across water with one bark, turning it into a fleet. And now stay on land. With my marriage to Countess Egifu, the realm expects us to throw a suitably extravagant wedding celebration. It is well within my right to collect a royal aid duty as part of this, but some may consider it tasteless to levy an extra tax during a time of jubilation. Of course I'll collect it. Who pays for their own wedding? Oh wait. Let's look at the prestige instead. Because I'm a nice person. Sure. That must be his army. Okay, I guess let's send them to the Barry? Now that your army is moving, it's probably heading into battle with enemy forces. This can be a head-on encounter with other armies or the start of a siege. Battles will happen automatically if two hostile armies cross paths. Similarly, sieges occur when you place your army on an enemy building. This is a good time to unpause the game if you haven't done so yet. Otherwise, time stands still, your armies will not move. What's reach? Oh, I was like, why are they moving? But it's because it's... my game is paused. What the... Why did they just jump? I thought they were supposed to move, not like teleport. Unless they lagged. The outcome of battle between the two armies depends on a number of things. Number of levies both sides have, which if any mana the other side is using. Commanders involved in using the terrain you're fighting in. More details can be seen in the combat view. Go to the army to open it. Oh, I mean this. Oh no, Brian Barrett. That's their son. Also, wait, how fast is time passing? 1920. Oh, so like 1 day per second. Holy hell. Your army is attacking an enemy holding. Click the highlighted icon, the spearheads to find out how it's going. You need to win sieges to win those scores, and they increase your war score. Whenever a siege is won, it takes a few rounds of attack. The area will become occupied. Changing this regular look on the map from solid color to striped colors when zoomed out. To get an idea of who is winning in a war, you can always look at the war score in the lower right corner. It goes from -100 to +100 and changes based on battles and sieges won or lost, as well as territory occupied. A 100 war score, you can force the other side to accept your peace offer. Conversely, a -100 war score, they can force you to accept their peace offer. All wars end in one of three ways: victory, white peace, defeat. The exact consequences of any of these change depending on the class spelling. Details for a specific war can be found by right-clicking your enemy ruler and selecting Auto Peace. By clicking the war score icon on the bottom right and then selecting one of the tabs at the mid-screen. I wonder if, this is, like, white piece? Challenge the board game. I suppose it's white piece. Let's see, let's try, because I want to see, does it give me more details if I actually click other piece? What does it say? Oh, it just opens this again. Oh, it doesn't. Opponent. Join your report as a hostage. What? Is it assurance of peace or submission? War score. 50. Just gotta keep sieging. Get rid of this guy? Oh no. Confusing. Damn it, I have to do this again. Because I left last time. Okay. My counselor died of old age is cool. Did my spouse die? Wait, did I finish the tutorial? Is it over? Wait, this is my wife, so like, how does that make sense? I mean, I guess people. The time has come, son of yours, toward come as you know, I want her to remember this day for the rest of her life. Sing a love ballad. Wait, should I found a classic Anglo-Saxon love ballad which suits these perfectly. I practice it over and over. Everything must be perfect. I am my beloved walking in the Bedingford gardens, surrounded by her friends. My heart beating like a hammer, I kneel before her and sing. I deep his cheeks turn a deep pomegranate red, but she does not interrupt me. Companions all look pleased or jealous, surely a good sign. You have a beautiful voice, my lord, says before she hurries off. My friends are quick to follow. I stand up on shaking legs, watching them disappear between the hedges. My heart depth. Because we won't resist my friend for long. I can't tell if she was embarrassed because I was bad or she actually did like it. Anyway. I can't get the war score to 100. It's annoying. What do I do? Maybe it's because I need to capture the fort. And so that's probably what it is. So how do I get more men? Why is my war score going down? No, I know. I just need to... Oh wait, but it costs money to raise shoulders. Wait, I think I can't raise any because I'm at war. Nice, 100. You are now able to enforce your demands by clicking the war score icon to open the war view and then selecting the enforce demands tab at the bottom of the screen. And you also select off peace. I understand. Oh, no, I'm just gonna steal his after having to fight this war tutorial. You captured Earl Murdoch's nephew Gormgus and 2 others during the siege of Charlie. Nice. I was just a kid! His nephew. Can it enforce our demands? Congratulations on your victory. You have now experienced what it is like to make it through an essential part of the game. I finished tutorial, finally! Tutorial lessons end here. However, pieces of advice will still occasionally appear. Alert icons on the top of your screen. Click these advice alerts to learn more about certain situations or systems that you were dealing with. Thank you for staying with us and good luck. Greetings, Petty King, Mortrad, and Munster. Tales of your misdeeds are told from Ireland to Cathay. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I shall comply with your demands. Carthay. Just his name says so. He looks very sad. Let's see. So be it. What the? Oh, what now? There are many things you could do now that you have dipped your toes in some of the essential systems. Crusader Kings 3 is about setting your own goals. If you want a suggestion, we recommend you try to become the king or queen of all Ireland. War is not the only way either. Or you can click the current situation button up top. And see if any of the items under suggestions or current situation strikes your fancy. This is Ireland? Oh, so I could like take over all of it. Possibly. Well, let me save the game. Oh, I can open it from both. That's so cool. Certain character or to observe remote will disable achievements. Save my game. Okay, well, that's fun. Okay, my chance. Oh god, I think my heir, my son or whoever, I think they died. Or half brother. Who is this? Oh, there's my heir. Oh, I was looking. I see. I see. I guess I was looking at her heir last time. So this is my heir. This is my son. Then. Oh, who's a mother? Oh, it's so sad. Let's keep them. I think I should start with this smaller one. Because it's small. Duchy of Leinster. I guess I've been reading marriage. Wait, what can I... Why can't I marry off my son? Why are there no options? I'm gonna Google it. But he is in the court. Why can't I marry? Oh, it's because my filter? Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Much better. Okay, I want to try again now. Okay. What the? Oh my god, this map's huge. Let's see if we can get all of Ireland. Let's see. Let's go from the edge. Start with this one, actually. No, this one. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, how do you tell characters' genders? I mean, I assume this is a female? Let's see what other options I have. This one's strong. Let's see if I can... Yeah. Do something with him. We're not... No. My son? No, no characters found? Seriously? Okay, whatever. Oh, it is what it is. What do we have here? Why do I get like no options? Okay, let's just see what option we have with our... Let me go find spouse. The rank. Where is this guy? Alliances are still real nice though. Honestly, I think I might take that marriage. Because if I can ally with these people... So who is this? Daughter of Count Ludwig. You just consecrate alliance with the vassals. I mean, this seems like a pretty good alliance. Let's just send the proposal. Sort by intrigue. Assign her nephew. Can I marry him? Oh, I meant... Find spouse. Oh, nice. Let's go back. Appliance power. What's this guy? See if I can get... Nice. Post Grand Tournament. Salute. Generic term used in the Middle Ages to refer to many kinds of martial games. Legitimacy. Legitimacy is the representation of your right to rule. Your vassals generate legitimacy expectations, and you are expected to meet them. Some factors of other expectations are considered the use of the vassal. Assessment of being a powerful vassal. Preferred era of the vassal. The vassal stance prefers one specific era. Releasing valuable prisoners. Adjustment gives you a range of benefits, and low adjustment refers to the effect with which you roll. Reaching 5 legitimacy levels and 1 illegitimate. Bottom. A certain fraction of the legitimacy of the previous ruler being here by there. And legitimacy through many different means, including winning wars, creating legends, or attending activities. Those are unchecked plagues ravaging the land. Citrusy food can be found in the bottom left. Contains information on legitimacy level, legitimacy expectations. Which you currently have, unless the current effects will above. Drawbacks and benefits to having a certain legitimacy score include opinion penalties and boons. Known malices and bonuses. Oh my god, I didn't even know the word malice was the opposite of bonus. Increase and decrease cast ability costs. and variable thresholds for alliance and faction joining. Between 3 has different tooltip modes. Open this one and find out which one suits your playstyle. Tooltip modes control how you access highlighted text and info and tooltips. The words how to lock tooltips so you can move your mouse into them. The default tooltip mode is called Timer Lock. With this mode, tooltips will log in place after a set time indicated by a small progress bar. If you're an experienced player who does prefer to not have your tooltips lock automatically, we recommend trying out Action Lock. This mode, you press the middle mouse button to lock tooltips. You change tooltip modes by going to the in-game menu, then to Settings, then Section Game. Tooltip mode setting is there. To learn more about some terms in the game, open this furnished document encyclopedia. I know there's an encyclopedia. Crusader Kings 3 has many concepts and terms that you can learn about. If you find yourself wondering about a game concept, you can open the encyclopedia. Follow the highlighted UI to see how to do this. Oh. Tutorial Lessons category of the encyclopedia lists many sections of the tutorial in case you ever need to refresh your memory. Oh, actually, it's pretty cool. Why is this with have dashes like it as if it's like some variable or something? That's pretty cool. Anything else out of it? One of your counties is low control, which means that you'll get reduced taxes and levies from it. However, there are ways to increase control again. There are many places you can see control. In the Domain tab, in the Realm view, in the Current Situation view, and in the County view. Oh, in the main tab, in the Realm view, I get it. Current Situation view. And current situation. And in the County view. Oh, it's kind of new. Oh wait, you know what? Get it. To increase control, you want to go to your council view and assign your marshal to the increased control and county task. Control also increases with time, but this process is very slow. We recommend that you use a highly skilled marshal instead. If you leave the county with low control for a long time, you may gain county corruption. To avoid this, we recommend that you do not conquer too much land in one go. Control. Holder is in debt. The county might acquire county corruption. These are various kinds of negative county modifiers. County corruption will fade over time, but if the root cause persists, debt or low control, it may reappear. Marshals increase control in county. Councilor tasks. And clear out county corruption faster. County modifiers affect the county's various values. Baronies can have modifiers of their own. They can be viewed in the holdings of the county. Oh. Oh, he's dead? Dang. That's kind of sad. This is a new go for you and a particular valuable thing in life. Or my nephew. Let's do that right now. Okay, I think the last thing I'll do is just like finish this section of the thing that I was reading. How long was this? Oh yeah, not a lot. Yeah. Always give projects a good name. You won't remember what console app 12 did in 2 weeks. That's true. For the location, pick a spot that you can find later on. The default location is fine, but it isn't a prominent spot, so note where it is. There's also a checkbox for place, solution, and project in the same directory. For small projects, I recommend checking this box. Larger programs, solutions may be formed from many projects. For those, putting projects in their own directory folder under solution directory makes sense. And for small programs with a single project, it is simpler just to put everything in a single folder. How about that? Press the next button to choose your target framework on the final page. Actually, let me take notes on that one part I just read earlier. Make sure you pick .NET 6 for these tutorials. I'll be using many .NET 6 features. You can change it after creation, but it's much easier to get it right in the first place. Once you've chosen the framework, push the Create button to create the project. Warning, make sure you pick .NET 6 or newer so you can take advantage of all the C# features covered here. Brief tour of Visual Studio. A new project created, we get our first glimpse at the Visual Studio window. Visual Studio is extremely capable, so there is much to explore. We focus on programming in C#, not becoming a Visual Studio expert. We won't get into every detail of Visual Studio, but we'll cover some essential elements here and throughout. Right now, there are 3 things you need to know to get started. First, the big text editor. On the left side is the code window, or the code editor. You will spend most of your time working here. Second, on the right side is the Solution Explorer. That shows you a high-level view of your code and the configuration needed to turn it into working code. You will spend only a little time here initially, but you will use this more as you begin to make larger programs. Take notes on that too. Third, we will run our program using the part of the standard toolbar shown below. This is the part where that has the run button. Bonus level A covers Visual Studio in more depth. And read that level and the other bonus levels whenever you're ready for it. Even though they're at the end, they don't require knowing everything else before them. If you're new to Visual Studio, consider reading bonus level A before too long. It will give you a better feel for Visual Studio. Time for a sanity check. If you don't see code in the code window, double-click on Program.cs in the Solution Explorer. Inspect the code you see in the code window. If you see class program or static void main, or if the file has more than a couple of lines of text, you may have chosen the wrong template. Go back and ensure you picked the correct template. If the right template isn't there, we run the installer to add the right workload. Cool. I think I'm going to leave off for here. Oh my god, I didn't know you were around, and Stucky. But yeah, if you're listening, it's nice to see you. I'll be back later. Hopefully tomorrow or the next day. Because I still need to make it a habit to do more things. To stream more. Also just to like code and do things that are actually practical too. That too. Yeah. I have to do something tomorrow, so I'm gonna wind down so I can like get enough sleep. But yeah, thank you. And thanks for anybody who visited too.